Hello, litigators. Court is now in session. Happy New Year to all of my beautiful subscribers. I can't express enough how much I appreciate all of you. Guys, we have a lot to get into, so I don't want to waste your time because there's so much to get into, guys. This story is quickly developing, and now may have found some possible connections to how Bryan may have came into contact with the Idaho 4. And everything that has been coming out about this man is all starting to make sense and fit into the puzzle, especially as it relates to the fact that he is a vegan. That has some connection to this, guys. So let's get into this. So first thing I want to start with is the articles, and then we'll delve into his social media, some of his social media presence, all of it, guys. There's some disturbing stuff out there. First things first is we have an article from Daily Mail. Y'all know I love Daily Mail because they give us the details. So in this Daily Mail article, there's some stuff that came out that said he was basically stalking these particular individuals. And now it makes sense to me possibly how he knew them. Remember I told you on my other video, you have to watch my other video, but his aunt, his relatives said that he was a very obsessive vegan. He was so obsessive about being a vegan that he would force his family to buy new pots and pans if meat had been cooked with the pots and pans that he had, or that had meat in it. If they had cooked with meat with the pots and pans, he would make them order an entire new set of pots and pans. Well, he became vegan because he wanted to lose weight. And he was still a vegan when he went on to go to college. And so it's suspected, guys, that he possibly, and this is all speculation at this point, but I want to show you some connections for why we think there's a connection here. But he possibly had been Googling and searching for vegan restaurants nearby. Okay? Actually, let me get into this connection thing first before I do. I'm going to get into the connection first before I do the article for why I think he was stalking these people. So we'll start with that first. So he may have been searching, guys, for a vegan restaurant in town, that he could go to, get some food, and when you click for a search, guys, for a vegan restaurant nearby, in Moscow, you will find, here, let me share my screen, y'all. There's so much I want to show you. Okay, if you search for a vegan restaurant nearby, okay, we're going to start with the connection allegations. You can just tell me what you think about this. You will find one of the first searches that come up, you will find one called Mad Greek. And the reason why I'm focusing in on Mad Greek restaurant is because Zana and Maddie worked at Mad Greek. They were employed there. And Kaylee used to go to this restaurant because her best friend, Maddie, worked there, and her friend and roommate, Zana, worked there. So she went there and ate. So let me show you the receipts. So first and foremost, just looking at this here, this is the restaurant. It's located in Moscow, Idaho. If you go to, and I'll show you the screen, if you go to their Instagram, let's go there first. Here, if you go to their Instagram has a post regarding Maddie and Zana and their passing. And let's read that. It says, "It is with broken heart and deep sadness to share with you that we have lost two of our own here at Mad Greek. Zana and Maddie have been servers here for several years. Several years. In my opinion, I think Bryan went here and ate. That's how he met these girls. Probably saw Kaylee there because she ate there too, but let's get into that. So Xana and Maddie had been servers here for several years and brought so much joy to our restaurant. And all of those they encountered. Maddie was also the face behind our social media pages. With this incredible loss, we have shut down to process and grieve. Our deepest sympathies go out to all of the friends, families of Xana, Maddie, Ethan, Kaylee. We as a team offer our support to anyone in need at this time. Jackie and Mad Greek family. And this is the restaurant in Idaho where they worked, guys. And it's vegan. Local Greek restaurant, dine in, dine out. You can get vegan stuff here. All the stuff, the vegan. You can get meat too, but you can get vegan stuff here. And Maddie was following it. Here you can see Maddie following it. Now, I also want to show you evidence that Kaylee went to this restaurant. She'd go and eat there. She put a review on the page. And also Jack S had gone there. There's a review of him also. Let me see if I can find. So if you share here you can see Kaylee Gonzalez. See, Kaylee Gonzalez, she wrote a review 2 months ago at the restaurant because, of course, she's going to go there to support her best friend, people she knows. So she went and ate there. She said, my experience here is amazing. The server, Maddie, because that's her best friend, made our experience special. Food is amazing. The sampler plate is to die for. You'll also, if you come into the reviews, you're going to see some familiar people that are associated with the case. I'm trying to see if I could find that one that had Jack in there. Jack S, not the other Jack, but that's why this is so sad, guys. I really think he might have gone here. Now, I don't have proof that he'd come here, but it makes sense because they do have vegan options here at this restaurant. And if you search for vegan restaurants near, this one will come up, or vegan restaurants in Moscow. This restaurant, Mad Greek, comes up. It pops up in the search. I just did a quick search for you guys so I can hurry up and get it. But get to it because I already been looking into it when I found out that they worked there. But if you go to the searches, guys, we'll be here all day. But Jack S has a review in here also that I seen. Can't find it now because, we're writing, as we're talking, it gets a little emotional. But so we saw Kaylee's review in here, guys. We saw that. So there's the connection there with the fact that it's possible, it has vegan options there. He possibly had come to this restaurant. There's no evidence, though, of it. There's no evidence. I haven't seen anything. There may be something out there floating around, guys, but I haven't seen it yet. You might see it on another YouTube channel somewhere, maybe, that they probably did a deeper dive than I did. But I'm just thinking because this restaurant, when you type in vegan restaurants for Moscow, this restaurant's the first one that pops up on the search. He was a vegan, a very devout vegan, guys. So it would make sense for him to possibly visit this restaurant, see Maddie there, see Xana there. Maybe Kaylee happened to just drop by that day. He probably went there a lot to get food. It's a pretty highly rated restaurant. And that may be how he gained this type of obsession to them. He's also following these individuals on Instagram. I did find that. Now, it's kind of annoying going into that, guys, because they made a lot of fake profiles too. Oh, God, it's so annoying. You know how people get so freaking annoying. They made fake profiles, and so they started following the profile too. But before this case blew up, guys, late last night, I went and I searched and I found his profile, and he was actually following Kaylee. He was following Maddie, and he has a private account on Instagram. That is there. You guys can go look that up yourself. He did have another Facebook profile. Facebook. He did have another Instagram profile, which I'm irritated because I think the authorities took it down, guys, because I tried to search for it and search for it and search for it again, and it's gone now. But I'm going to show you a YouTuber who was lucky enough to catch it in time before I was able to get to it. And there was a very disturbing post on there that he posted back in October 2022. And it's so disturbing, guys. It almost looks like the massacre that happened, except for the weapon that was used. And it's absolutely disturbing. I'm going to share with you the YouTuber's page. The guy's name is Justin for All or whatever. He did a great job. And we're actually going to go over the Reddit post that was found too. Then we're going to go over those also that we suspect may possibly have been Bryan's account. And the reason why we think it is his account is because his email is linked to that account, and he goes by Inside Looking on Reddit. And he had been studying and stalking this case. He actually joined an Idaho Moscow group in the Reddit group and had been pretending as though he was just, one of the spectators in there trying to figure out how to solve the case, when he was really the murderer, allegedly. But guys, we're going to get all this. The stuff that he was saying in there, if it's his account, and people suspect it is because it was linked to his email address. He was saying some sick stuff in there, guys. Very sick stuff. Oh my God, this man is disgusting. Okay, absolutely disgusting. So let's look at this YouTube thing, and then we'll go into the article, and then we'll start delving into the Reddit, because the Reddit, y'all, is absolutely. Actually, before we do that, let's do everything in order. Let's start with the article first, because the article does coincide with the stalking behavior that he was doing. He was stalking the Idaho forest. So let's read that first. The man was sick, guys, and he was really using his criminology studies to try to avoid arrest. He was wearing gloves after the arrest. After the murders, when he was going to grocery stores in different places, he wore gloves everywhere he went, so that he could not leave his fingerprints anywhere. So let's go into that, because that relates to the stalking behavior. I believe the link is possibly related to that restaurant, Mad Greek. I believe it. I'm just guessing, guys. This is all speculation. But if you look on there, like we just looked at, Maddie worked there, Zana worked there, Kaylee went there, Jack S went there. They all went to that restaurant, and it has vegan options. So, and he is a devout vegan. That's why all this stuff, all the information that's coming out about this guy is all starting to connect together. And his aggression has been evident in all the prior people that talked about him. He had prior kickboxing skills that he'd done. He was a bully. He was aggressive. He would call women bees and get angry at women if they rejected him, according to people at different restaurants that he had gone to and frequented. It was so bad at one restaurant in Pennsylvania, the owner had to confront him about it because he was making creepy comments to women at the bar. So it sounds like he developed this obsession. He never interacted, it seems like, but he just had an obsession with them. And I think that was related to when he first encountered them at that restaurant, in my opinion, just an opinion. So let's read this article. This person says he's not stupid and has been very careful. Also, he's been stalking them for weeks. Not sure if they ever interacted, but his cell phone pings followed their every move for weeks. So freaking scary. So freaking scary, guys. He'd been stalking these people. That's why we knew he went in at 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning, because he knew when they turned them lights off and went to sleep, he waited, and that's when he went in for the pounce. But wait till you see what he put on Reddit, guys. If it's really his account, it is some disturbing things. And I, in my opinion, think it's his account based on the fact that it's linked to his email address, okay? And the authorities probably already have this information. And I want to hurry up and cover it, because I'm pretty sure they're going to probably pull that down too, because they don't want us in the business like that. Like they pulled this Instagram account, getting annoyed by authorities taking this stuff down. We can't search it. But anyway, let's read this article, guys. This article is crazy. Bryan Kohberger allegedly stalked the 4 University of Idaho students for weeks before the killings, according to a friend of a cop who tracked him. So a friend who is associated with one of the officers who is investigating the case had inside information from this officer. The source said the suspect was seen wearing gloves after the murders, even to a supermarket, because he's not stupid and has been very careful. Well, he is stupid, guys. Based on some of the Reddit posts he put, he's dumb because he was literally in there trying to act like he was the expert of the crime. He was correcting people. When people were making different opinions, he would correct them and be like, wrong, this is what really happened. Like, dude, you're dumb by saying that. It looks like, how do you know? People were like they were starting to get suspicious of him in the Reddit group. Wait till y'all hear the comments. I'm just saying. Kohberger was arrested at his family home. The source said cell phone data showed he was in the same area as his victims in the weeks leading up to their deaths. So if he's in the same areas, guys, he probably went to that job and ate there. That's probably how he first met them. That's probably how. And he's trying to throw off the investigation because in his Reddit comments, guys, he tries to claim that the target was really Zana and Ethan. I think that's a bunch of baloney. That's a lie. If that was really the case, if it was just Zana and Ethan, why didn't he just kill them and leave? There was no need to go upstairs at all. If he claims that in the Reddit comments that it was Zana and Ethan were the targets and it was not Kaylee, he's just trying to throw people off because he doesn't want people to know his sick obsession with Kaylee. I think it was Kaylee, but that's just my opinion. It could have been even Maddie because she worked at that restaurant. That's probably how he first saw her, got obsessed. Who knows? But Kaylee got the most injuries, y'all. So it sounded like she was the one. But let's go. Bryan Kohberger, 28, was furious about not leaving his fingerprints behind after the murders, even wearing gloves when he entered a grocery store, according to a friend of one of the police officers assigned to follow him there. So one of the officers that were assigned to follow him said he was wearing gloves everywhere because they were trying to get his fingerprints. They were trying to get some type of DNA. And they weren't able to because he was careful. Kind of like Ted Bundy. Remember Ted Bundy was doing that too? He would not leave any evidence. Oh, yeah, he'd been studying Ted Bundy, y'all. He'd been studying Ted Bundy. But he was wearing gloves everywhere. That's why the law enforcement had to use genealogy and they had to get DNA from the father because this man was really being careful. And this guy says he's not stupid. He's been very careful, the anonymous source said. Oh my gosh. While Kohberger was under surveillance in Pennsylvania, according to the source, police witnessed him appearing to try and avoid leaving any DNA or fingerprints behind by taking protective measures in public. A good friend of ours was one of the cops who had been following him the last couple of days. The source explained of their connection to the surveillance of Kohberger in Pennsylvania. Don't you think if he's so innocent, he claims? Why are this photo is so close up? I hate how they have it so close up like that. It's like a weird thing going on with the settings on this thing, guys. This picture is kind of disturbing too, just to say. Bryan Kohberger, suspect in the university murders, was allegedly stalking his victims weeks before and wore gloves after the killings, according to the source. Oh my God. Oh my God. The person who wrote this says, anonymous, please. He was arrested only 40 minutes from our home near our aunt and uncle's. Went to school with my cousins. His sister lives in our town. A good friend of ours was one of the cops who has been following him the last couple of days. He coaches with my husband and was telling him all the crazy details. Okay, so this cop is a coach with his husband. Also, he has a side job basically as a coach, and he's over there gossiping about the case with one of the husbands at the games and stuff. So this cop followed him into a giant local grocery store, wore gloves, and said he saw Kohberger wearing gloves the entire time. Wouldn't you think that's weird? If somebody going to the grocery store and you look by and you look across and you see somebody shopping with gloves on, wouldn't you think, man, this dude is weird or this person is weird? Why are they wearing gloves? Like, you would just know something's up, right? The guy says he's not stupid and has been very careful. Also, he's been stalking them for weeks. Not sure if they interacted, but his cell phone pings followed their every move for weeks. Oh my gosh. Guys, I really think there's a connection to that restaurant, that Mad Greek. He had to have gone there. He had to have gone there. That's probably how he started getting obsessed with these people. This person said, I've been so invested in this case the last 6 weeks, and to find out how close he is to us and that one of our friends found him and arrested him is just crazy. Wow, this is somebody that knows one of the cops, y'all. Police who were tracking him as he fled to Pennsylvania witnessed him appearing to try and avoid leaving any more DNA or fingerprints behind by taking protective measures in public. He followed him into a giant local store and who wore gloves the entire time. They also alleged that the prime suspect was stalking his victims ahead of the murders, with their cell phone locations matching up on several occasions. Not sure if they ever interacted, but his cell phone pings followed their every move for weeks. Kohberger was arrested at his family's home. Now, like I said, he was also following them on Instagram. Y'all can look that up yourself. Just go to their Instagram. Of course, he plans to deny it, y'all. The source says Kohberger was arrested just 40 minutes from where they live. Oh, guys, the source that gave this information lives only 40 minutes from Kohberger. And that his sister lives in their town. His sister lives near them. Kohbergers. The source has even more overlap with Kohberger, whose family lives in a small town in Pocono Mountains. So they know the family too. According to them, he also allegedly went to school with their cousins and lives near their aunts and uncles. So there's definitely a connection, the person that's speaking. The proximity to a quadruple murder has shaken them in the community. They said, so freaking scary and disturbing, they wrote. I've been so invested in this case the last 6 weeks, and to find out how close he is to us and that one of our friends found him and arrested him is just crazy. After the murders, he returned to teaching at the University of Washington. He returned to teaching? Wait. I thought he was a student there, y'all. Wasn't he a student in the PhD? I don't know. Maybe this was worded weird, guys. They said, but later drove 2,000 miles from Idaho to Pennsylvania in order to hide out at his parents' Pocono's home. Yep, he tried to go there for the winter break to try to just ease away. Police were on his tail during the cross-country road trip. They followed him, guys, during that whole trip and continued to follow him in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where he was ultimately apprehended. Yeah, guys, he probably been studying some of these murders because he was walking around with gloves, guys. Walking around with gloves. He was following them on social media. He was watching their social media posts. He was obsessed with them. And I feel so sad because, I mean, Kaylee was so drop dead gorgeous. Both of them were. And they're wearing, suggestive clothes. He probably was obsessing over them and lusting. You know how sick he was. Clearly, he had a sick mindset because he was doing crazy. He was acting crazy towards women at bars. It says, according to his classmates, Kohberger acted as if nothing had happened after the killings took place. WSU's online directory shows he worked as a teaching assistant for the university's criminal justice and criminology program. He was also a PhD student in the department. Oh my gosh, guys. So we're hearing more details in this article. So he worked as a teaching assistant at the university also, in addition to being a PhD student. And he was only in his first semester of his PhD program there. Wow, so he was a teacher there too, a teaching assistant. Oh my gosh, guys. Multiple students in the program told Fox Seattle that Kohberger did not appear different following the murders of Kaylee, Maddie, Zana, and Ethan, a 15-minute drive. They said Ben Roberts, a criminology student, told the Fox affiliate that Kohberger was confident and outgoing, but still appeared as if he was always looking for a way to fit in. Well, he was always looking for a way to fit in because he was an outsider. People thought he was weird. Speaking about the horrific allegations against Kohberger, Roberts said, it's pretty out of left field. I had honestly just pegged him as as being super awkward. But see, them super awkward people always end up having some type of weird, sick side to them. Roberts began studying at Washington State University in August at the same time as Kohberger. One thing he would always do, almost without fail, was fit the most complicated way. Well, sorry, I hate sometimes the way they write this. One thing he would always do, almost without fail, was find the most complicated way to explain something, he said. Exactly. And he was still doing that in the Reddit group, guys. He was trying to make it sound like some weird thing with the whole, Zana and Ethan were the targets. No, they were not. If they were, but they did get into an argument at a Greek party. I did hear, guys, I know you guys have heard that Zana and Ethan, they got into some type of argument at a Greek party. So maybe he was the one they got into an argument with, and that then he didn't retaliate it. Could be. But if that's the case, guys, why go up the stairs and kill Kylie and Maddie? Why? It doesn't make sense. And because he tries to make it look like they were the two targets. No, you're lying. You're lying, Kohberger. We interacted in class, but personally, I was not a fan of Bryan because of comments he made about LGBTQ plus individuals. They said in an email to the Associated Press. Now, I think that he was lying in the Reddit, which I'm going to show you the Reddit, because he tends to try to throw people off. Like when he was arrested, for example, in this case, he asked the officers if they had arrested someone else. He knows good and well there was no other suspect, but he was trying to throw off the cops, just like he was trying to throw off the people in that Reddit group, in my opinion. This person says that Kohberger was a little off, but I always thought it was because he was awkward and wanted to fit in. Before pursuing a PhD at the University of Washington, Kohberger attended D-Cells in Pennsylvania. While there, the owner, Jordan Schlutneck, 34, has claimed that he had problematic interactions with women at his bar, asking women who they were with and where they lived. Creepy dude, guys. This guy was so freaking creepy, dude. He's another Ted Bundy, just obsessing over these women that didn't want him. Kohberger memorably harassed female staff at 7 Siren Brewing Company near his hometown. Surenek told NBC that employees labeled Kohberger in their system as a guy who makes creepy comments and said he once called a staffer a B for spurning his advances, or basically for rejecting him. According to staffers' notes, Kohberger would have 2 or 3 beers and then just get a little too comfortable. The behavior was so upsetting that the brewery owner approached his Patreon about it. Kohberger denied the behavior, but never showed up at the bar again. Yeah, when he gets confronted, he runs, guys. This is the crime scene. This is so sad, man. So when Kaylee was saying they have a stalker, that was the guy. That was the guy stalking them. The stalker allegation starting to confirm now in the Daily Mail. So he was the stalker. That whole theory from the beginning was true about the stalker from the day one. So cops were trying to say it wasn't, but it really was. Kohberger was allegedly stalking the students in the weeks leading up to the murders. Pictured in is the home where the murders took place, just over 8 miles from where he worked as a PhD student and teaching assistant. Oh, wow. So that teaching assistant part is a new information also. But guys, what do you think about that bad Greek restaurant? I think that's the connection. Because Maddie worked there for several years, Zana worked there for several years, Kaylee went there, Jack, everybody went there. You know, Ethan probably went over there to eat too because his girlfriend was there. And if you look at the reviews, he probably has a review in there. I just didn't bother to look. I was just more so looking for Kaylee. Moscow Police Chief James Fry said on Friday that officers had searched Kohberger's office. And this was where his office is located. They went into his office because he had an office as a teaching assistant at the university. So they also searched his office for items there. Oh my gosh, this case is going to be crazy, guys. Wait till you hear all the details once the affidavit is released. Ew, it's going to be disturbing about this guy. This was his apartment where they went and searched as well. They went into his residence and got all of his electronics and a bunch of other evidence. On Friday, Moscow Police Chief James Fry confirmed that the suspect was a resident of Washington State University. Fry said officials of the school, Pullman campus where he worked, were cooperative in allowing investigators to execute a search warrant at his office. So they executed a search warrant at his office and his on-campus apartment. Yeah, he had an apartment on campus too. His office and his on-campus apartment. They went through everything, y'all. And they even searched the Pennsylvania home too. They searched everything. And they got his car. The WSU Pullman campus, WSU Elizabeth Chilton said in a statement on behalf of the WSU Pullman community, I want to offer my sincere condolences, blah, blah, blah. They want more information. I might not read all this stuff because some of this sounds redundant. Okay, Kohberger's lawyer said Saturday that his client looks forward to resolving this matters. He knows he's guilty, but he's so arrogant, guys. Wait till you, I got to get to these Reddit. I got to get to the Reddit, and I can't wait to get to the Reddit. You'll know what I mean. If it's him, but I think it's him because if it's emails and the way he comments in there, guys, it sounds like him. But y'all can make your own opinion. These are all allegations. Mr. Kohberger is eager to be exonerated of these charges and looks forward to resolving these matters as promptly as possible. Monroe County Chief Public Defender Jason Labar, who only representing the suspect until his extradition. He added that the suspect will agree to waive his extradition hearing, which was set for Thursday to be sent to Idaho. And see, that's what I think is suspicious about him also, that he knows he did it. Because usually if you're innocent, you're going to put up a fight for everything. You're going to be like, no, I'm not going to be extradited. I want to contest. Heck no, you're not going to. No, he knows he did it. So he's like, oh, cool, I'll just waive it. You know, whatever. He's going to be like a Ted Bundy, guys. He's going to drag this out and try to be clever and try to figure out ways around it. And he's going to eventually be found guilty. Previously, fellow students who attended high school with Kohberger said he would become aggressive when referred to as overweight. That's why he became vegan, guys, and he started doing all the drugs, the heroin, because he was, this is one of his friends here, pictured here, that used to go jogging with him too, that said he turned really aggressive during his senior year in high school. Because when people would make fun of his weight, he started becoming aggressive towards people. He started becoming a bully. He would bully this other woman's kids. He tried to punch out a window. He took kickboxing classes also, guys, which showed his strength. And you have to know his build. He's 185 pounds and he's 6 feet tall. Yeah, he overpowered all of them. And Ethan didn't stand a chance. I'm just saying. So this guy right here in the picture is Skylar Jacobson, shown here. He said in an interview, I would text Kohberger and be like, hey, you want to go for a run? We'd go for a 6 to 7 mile run at night. So when I saw who it was, I was just like in complete shock. It was so close to home. So this was a guy who, can you imagine, this man trusted him? He trusted the sick psychopath going jogging with him early morning hours, 6 or 7 miles. Oh, heck no. I would, if hindsight 2020, he should be terrified because he could have been one of the victims. Just saying. In an interview with NBC Philadelphia, Kohberger's one-time friend Skylar Jacobson said that the pair were close around 10 years ago and that during their runs, they had all of these positive conversations. Jacobson described the murder suspect as being uplifting, often talked about wanting to get in shape. He said there was nothing concerning about Kohberger's behavior. Oh, yeah, right. In a separate interview, though, Jacobson spoke about their friendship, telling WBRE, I would text them and be like, hey, you want to go for a run? We go for 6, 7 miles runs at night. So when I saw who it was, I was just like in complete shock. It was close to home. And this is his sinister graduation video here. Look how sinister he looks. He doesn't smile. Look at the lady before. The lady that comes before him. Hold on. Let's play this again. Watch her. Look at her demeanor and then look at his demeanor. Look at she's smiling. Look at how he looks getting his diploma. So evil, so just unemotional. He looks so PO'd to get a look at her. She's so happy, smiling. He looks so angry. This man was a walking time bomb that just looked like he has rage in his face. Oh my God. Ramsland has written books, including How to Catch a Killer, The Mind of a Murderer. He went to school. He studied in her class, this celebrity teacher, instructor here. Prior to studying and teaching at WSU, wrapped up his criminology studies at DeSales University, Center Valley in June. While there, Kohberger studied under one of the country's most renowned forensic scientists, Dr. Catherine Ramsland. She hasn't commented on this yet, but she wrote books such as How to Catch a Killer, The Mind of a Murderer, The Human Predator, A Historical Chronicle of the Serial Murder and Forensic Investigation. The Michigan native is a professor of criminal justice and forensic psychology at DeSales. Her published works focus on murder, the supernatural, and other aspects of true crime. A classmate of Kohberger's described him as being well-spoken and very intelligent, but also seemingly detached. You can even see it in the bed, but that's how he is in this video here. He looks so sinister getting a diploma. Who does that? The young lady before him is smiling and happy, and he looked like he ready to unalive somebody in that graduation already. Like, my gosh. I feel so sorry that these poor victims came into contact with this man. He was probably stalking them everywhere. And you guys have to know that Maddie was one of the individuals that was mostly on the Mad Greek Instagram. That was one of the people that they put on their Instagram a lot. So who knows if he didn't have an obsession with Maddie. But I still think it's Kaylee, guys, because she got most of the injuries. But who knows? It could be one. It could be Maddie too. Ooh, they have some good food at this restaurant. This food, I want to fly all the way to Moscow and go to this restaurant myself. It looked good. Anyways, sorry, I got kind of sidetracked when I was looking at the foods. Anyway, the murders of the 4 students in Idaho is a type of gruesome situation that Ransom is extremely familiar with. Ransom spoke about the dark subjects she writes about in a 2009 interview, saying, "It's clear that everything I do that truly engages me has this dark, edgy quality. Vampires, ghosts, corpse, serial killers, death investigation, cemeteries, they all take me into the shadows where most people fear to tread." Now, and she also has interviewed other killers too. This professor that he took classes with. Yeah, she's interviewed serial killers. So he might have heard about all this stuff while he was in her class. Who knows? Started trying to figure out how to get away with this stuff. Ransom has consulted on the shows NCIS, Bones, and The Alienist, as well as written a biography. She offered her advice on how people could avoid becoming statistics, saying, "Be vigilant. Don't accept media stereotypes, which make you more vulnerable. Don't think like a victim. It sends signals of your vulnerability." Even when you follow all that, guys, that still doesn't matter. Okay, guys, that is the article I wanted to show y'all before we start getting into this sick man's social media, y'all. Okay, so basically he was stalking this individual. I think the connection was that Mad Greek restaurant. Again, this is just my opinion. Let's get into the Reddit, y'all. Let's do that first. And then after, well, you know, let's look first at this YouTuber's video of the Instagram. Okay, we'll look at that first, and then we'll get into Reddit because Reddit has a lot of posts. I do think it is his Reddit. The reason why, like I said, it is linked to his email address. You guys can look this stuff up yourself after we're done watching this. You guys can go click on Reddit, look up the inside looking account, but it's linked to his email address, and that's why I think it's him. But this is just, again, my opinion. Y'all can formulate your own opinions. But we're going to look at it because it's, shoot, I'm telling you, the stuff that he says in there is absolutely disturbing. But this gentleman here, which I think he's quite amazing, this guy, I really like him. His name is Justin For All. And he was really quick on it, guys. He found this Instagram. Now, there's tons of other fake Instagrams on there, guys. So you guys can't get sidetracked by those. But the reason why we suspect that this is his account is look at the date that this post was entered. Oh, man, you can't really see it. But if you, man, I wish I could close in on here. I wish I can get a little closer. But if you look at the bottom, sorry, guys, it's not visible. But This was posted October. Sorry, it's not visible in there. But if you go to the original video, that post was posted October, okay? Way before the Idaho 4 was ever heard of. So this is not a copycat Instagram page. This is someone with his name and his photo and all that dated back October, y'all, way before Idaho 4, which is why I suspect this is his account. But again, all this is allegations. We're just going to have to look at it. You can make your own opinions as to whether you think it is or not. But in my opinion, I think it is. You guys are welcome to make your own opinions up as well. Let's play it, though. Guys, that is so disturbing. Did you see that? And look at the man's face in the video. He looks like a sense of satisfaction of what he did. He's like he achieved something really magnificent. He looks very happy. The murder, as you could see being played out in the video, is very violent, very aggressive, very brutal, similar to how violent and horrific and horrendous the murders of the Idaho 4. It's the similar type of brutality, except for this man in the video is using this I don't know if it's a hammer or whatever, but look at the amount of blood that was there at the scene and how they're cleaning it off and just the amount of just gruesomeness of it. Guys, this is what he posted back in October, allegedly. I think it's his account, guys. It's his name. It's his profile picture. It was dated. This was posted October, I think, of this year, a month before the killings happened. In the video, you can see how violent and horrendous that video was, how that man is violently beating to death the other man. My God. And he puts that on his freaking Instagram. Who does that? Now look at the comments here. I wanted to stop it because I want to show you the comments. It says, this person commented, these people found this Instagram just like we all found it, right? A day ago. And they were saying he literally is following Kaylee and Maddie on Instagram. And he is. I did check it and I confirmed that he is. I just don't have time to be sifting through all the fake ones to get to it. And not only that, this profile has now been deleted, guys. I tried to find it again and I can't find it, which is why I think the authorities took it down, because they're probably going to use this video in the trial. That's what I think. I think they're going to use this because they're going to show the violent mindset of this sick psychopath. That video was absolutely disturbing. I'm going to play it again for you, but it's absolutely disturbing to see how violent this man was in the video, and all the blood, similar to how much blood that was displayed all over the place and plastered all over the place in the Idaho 4 house. And then now look at this man's face. He looks like he is satisfied with what he did and that it's a great thing. And to think that Bryan Kohberger posted this sick, psychotic video on his freaking profile. And then when we look at Bryan Kohberger's mugshot, he has a very similar smirk on his face, just like the man in this video. Same similar smirk. He has like this little smirk, like a sense of satisfaction with the horrendous crime that he did. And I spoke about in my prior videos about students who were with who took classes with him that said after the murders, when he was in class, he became more animated in class. He was very talkative, very rambunctious, just, overly just confident. But whenever they talked about the Idaho 4 case, he shut completely down and wouldn't say a word. But let's keep looking at these comments, y'all. So some of the people have confirmed what I confirmed. They said he's literally following Kaylee and Maddie on Instagram. I wonder if he was the stalker. He was, based upon the Daily Mail article and the New York Post and other articles. the officer who had arrested him, one of the officers who was involved, found that his phone was pinging off in all the same locations, y'all, where unfortunately the Idaho 4 individuals were going. He was there following them. His phone was pinging off every time where they were at. So he probably, guys, was at that bar or even at the Greek party. He was at one of those locations the night that this happened. This is so sad. Oh my God, it's so sad. This person says, I'm here for the feet. They said, NGL, that video is fired. Oh my God, people are mentally ill. Somebody post not guilty, basically. They need to be quiet. This is so incriminating. It's not even funny, which is why the authorities took this one down. They didn't, now Bryan has a bunch of profiles that are actually his that are private. Then there's some fake ones that were just created. You can tell the ones that are his. The ones that are his has his email address. It has, what school he goes to, all that stuff. You can tell. And then there's actually one where he's following the Kaylee and Maddie. And then there's the ones you can tell that are just straight outright fake and they only have like one follower and stuff. But he had multiple Instagrams, but this Instagram here is the one that the authorities allegedly took down because you can't find it anymore. And you guys let me know in the chat if you were able to find it, because I have been searching and searching and searching, and now I can't find this profile. It's since been gone. So I'm like, maybe they're going to use this video in the trial to show how sick this man's mind was. My God. Imagine if this gets played in the trial, y'all. What would you think a jury would think if they saw this? Oh my gosh. Oh. Somebody says here, has anybody confirmed that this is his real account? In my opinion, I think it is. Look, this was posted October 5th of this year, or 6th. I can't really see it's down there, but it says October. I can see the October here. So guys, if it was posted October, use your common sense. Do you think somebody would have predicted that he was going to unalive Idaho 4 way back in October and then make a fake profile and post this? No. So it's his profile, guys. It's him. In my opinion, it's him. That's just my opinion. I can't say for a fact, but I'm just looking at the date that it was posted. I'm looking at the profile, and I think, in my opinion, it's him. Okay, let's play it again, y'all. My God, guys, that is so sick, isn't it? He posted this a month before the killings, allegedly. So he wanted to do this. He wanted to carry this out for himself, but he used a knife instead of the whole hammer thing, or whatever the guy used in the video. And then this guy who's getting caught with, the officers showing up and he's smiling. This is what Kohberger wanted all along. He wanted to get caught. Look at the video of what he posted here with this man satisfied with what he did. Got a smile on his face like he achieved the crime of the century. This man is sick, guys. Absolutely sick. There is some sick people out there in this world. And I just tell you, you guys need to be careful out here. And notice, guys, this is the only post. The only post that he ever put on his profile. I'm trying to see if, hold on, y'all. Maybe I can find. So I was going to see if I could play it again. I don't think I need to play it again. You guys get the point. I'm pretty sure you guys get the point. But hold on. This is the tape. This is the tape here. Hold on. It's called Soft Tape for Rough Work. That is that's from this clip here. Soft Tape for Rough Work is where, if you want to go look that up for yourself. But guys, some of these sick people, they get fixated on stuff like what I just showed you, sick serial killers and how they carry out these crimes, and then they want to emulate it. And he was literally stalking his victims for weeks, following them around, probably went to the Greek restaurant, all that stuff, and was planning this whole thing out. Probably even went to the bar the night Kaylee and all, they were at that bar. He probably was there. And we're going to find this all out. Once they show all the pings, we're going to find everything out, guys. Now, guys, we're going to segue into the Reddit now, y'all. Oh my gosh. Wait until you guys see what this sick psychopath put on Reddit. Before I do that, though. Hold on. Before I do that, let me, I want to show you real quick. This is his Reddit, but again, it's just an opinion that's his Reddit because it matches his email account. So that's how people are able to match him up to that Reddit account. So that's how he was found out, y'all. He tried to hide. Okay, let's go there. We'll go. So look at this person's post here. This person did 20 hours ago. They said, I'm more suspicious of inside looking. And this is what people suspect is his account. And like I said, people think it's his account because of the fact that his email is linked to that account. Now, also notice the suspicious name associated, inside looking, right? That name even alone is suspicious. When he created this account, this man is so obvious about his behavior. It's not even funny how obvious and stupid he is. Inside looking out, right? It's like, I'm an insider into this crime. I'm an insider because I know everything that happened because I'm the one that committed the crime. I am privy to what happened in the crime. So I'm inside looking on the outside. I have inside information about the crime. And I'm looking on the outside. I'm looking at the people who are the outsiders who are trying to figure out what I did. That's what I'm saying. The name he even uses for his account is so freaking obvious. It's like, these killers are dumb as all get out. Like he claims he's smart. Now, he did put the gloves on, so that part was smart. He was hiding his DNA, but the authorities still figured him out anyway. But even using the username inside looking, that is obvious, guys. It's so freaking obvious. I don't know. People miss that. Is that the inside looking is like he's saying, I am privy to this case. I am an insider into the case. I know all the inside scoop. I'm just looking on the outside. I'm looking at all you people trying to figure me out. The inside looking out. Sick man uses his own. He literally was telling on himself by his own username, guys. His own username. Oh my God, this man is sick. But let's get into these comments, y'all. You will not believe your mind when you see this crazy stuff that he said. Okay, so this is not what I'm trying to show y'all here. Let me get out of this one. Stop sharing that one. I just want to show you how people are already starting to think he was weird. Bryan's Reddit activity. Okay, right here. Oh, wait, that's not it. Stop that right there. Yeah, people in the group, because this is what he did, you guys. He joined the, this is his account right here, inside looking. He joined, notice how he joined November 22nd, 2022. Right after the killings, guys. Right after he unalived these people, he makes this fake account called Inside Looking. So obvious. He literally was telling on himself, y'all. Literally was telling everybody, look, I'm the one that's the insider. I have all the scoop. I did the killings, but I'm just looking at you weirdos who are trying to figure me out. Ha, ha, ha. Basically. Right? He joins the freaking Moscow murders group. You know how people have the groups to try to figure out who did the crime? Well, he literally joins one of the freaking groups. Freaking weirdo, guys. And look at the stuff he was saying. So this person is not the person. She just says, sounds like they're closing in. This was 3 days ago, guys. This person sounds like they're closing in. when all the students come back, he's smiling, thanking everyone and cleaning the scene. It's looking positive for an arrest soon. The killer, Bryan, inside looking, this is his account right here, inside looking, says, and look, he has 1.4 thousand comments, y'all. This man is sick. He says, or just slowing down on updating the public with the same info all the time. See, he was being cocky, guys. He was over here saying, ha, ha, ha. They didn't figure me out. The cops are just slowing down because the case is going cold and I'm getting away with murder. I'm getting away. And you guys are all idiots, because that's what he's basically thinking, that all these people are idiots looking for him. That's how psychopaths think, guys. I'm just telling you how he's thinking. Then this person says, this different person, Larkbird, says, sorry if this is a dumb question, but in this kind of situation, what happens to the house in the end? I can't imagine anyone would want to live there anymore. Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, killer, inside looking, aka Bryan Kohberger, says, yeah, it goes back to the owner. He always tries to act like he is the expert in the crime. Like he knows everything, y'all. Wait till y'all see it. Hold on. Okay. Then this person says, okay, let me try to see how this was a response to a thread, a general discussion here, commented on general discussion. This was 4 days ago. Now I can't figure out, they're not showing me the original here, guys. But he just said, look at the killer's route. Look, it's like he's literally trying to pretend to be the expert in the crime. And once we go through each of these, you're going to notice a pattern about this man. It's like he tries to act as though he's above all the other people in the group and he knows more information than everybody else because he was the one insider looking out, right? He is the one that knows everything. But that's how he's saying. But the man was giving himself away with the freaking name. What an idiot. What an idiot. He's not as smart as he thinks he is. Okay, this person in the group says, where is the dog kept in the house? I haven't figured out that piece yet. As they said, the dog didn't impact the scene. He says, not sure. Maybe kept in KS room. Bam! He knows that because he was there, guys. But he wants to pretend like he doesn't know. He's like, oh, not sure. Maybe kept in KS room. You know it was kept in KS room because you went into that room to unalive them, you sick psychopath. But notice how he always tries to act like he knows everything. This is 5 days ago. He'd been keeping up to this case all the way up until he got arrested, you guys. All the way up. Some of these posts were hours ago. The ones up there that I just read were, some of them are hours ago. But, you know, I didn't share this with you last night because I got too tired, y'all. I did like 3 videos on this last night. And I was like, I'm going to get to this tomorrow because I don't got time. Okay, anyway. This person says, agreed. The inside of the house shows stairs next to the sliding glass door. The immediate outside where blood runs down appears to be at those stairs. Makes me wonder. Then Bryan says, inside looking, he says, blood runs down from XE room, not stairs. You see how he's trying to correct the people in the group like he's the expert of the crime? Because he's the insider looking out. He is the one that committed the crime, and he's looking at all these people he thinks in his mind are bimbos, because that's what he thinks, that are trying to solve his criminal behavior here. And you notice how he's trying to give an expert opinion, talking about blood runs down from Zana and Ethan's room, not stairs, because he knows that he was the one that brutally stabbed to death Zana and Ethan first. And he knew for a fact that the blood was coming from their room because he was the killer. And I suspect he probably started stabbing Ethan first because Ethan was the guy. Ethan probably falls off the bed near the wall area where his blood starts leaking out of the house. That's what I'm guessing, guys. And then he starts stabbing Zana. That's what I think. And that's when she's trying to fight him off. But I think the blood is coming from Ethan. But just notice how he sounds like an expert. It's not like, you know, the other people in the group are like unsure. They're just saying, you know, I think. And he's just like coming in like, blood runs down from Zana Ethan's room, not the stairs. You guys got it wrong. See, like basically trying to correct the people in the group. This is not, and he's saying it like it's a fact. He's not saying, oh, in my opinion, I think, I don't know. No, he's saying it like this is what happened because he knows what happened because he's the one that did it. These comments, y'all, is sick. Let's keep going. Sick. This person said 4 days ago, they said it's a 50-50 chance. Then Bryan, inside looking, says, you mean a 0% chance? So look, this was the original question. The original question was, does the killer likely live in the neighborhood? That was the original question. Does the killer likely live in the neighborhood, right? She says, oh, it's a 50-50 chance because she doesn't know, right? Bryan, with his little smart aleck, always has to be the smartest person in the room, the insider who knows the crime, because he committed the crime. Look, you can also see here Bryan Kohberger right there. So people have already linked this account to him, basically, y'all. But anywho, this person just guesses and is like, oh, it's a 50-50 chance because that person doesn't know what the heck's going on. We're all speculating, right? He comes back with, in a sarcastic way, you mean a 0% chance? Because he knows for sure the killer doesn't live there because he doesn't live in that neighborhood. He's trying to correct this person. He's like, correction, it's a 0% chance. And I know that because I'm the one that did the crime. Hello, I'm here. Toodaloo, can you see me? I literally told you guys with my username and you still cannot see that it's me. Like, you guys are so freaking dumb. That's how he thinks in his head, guys. He is this type of guy. He gives me that aura of always having to be the smartest one in the room, always has to outspeak everybody, overspeak everybody, always has to be the clever one. And so he joined this. And guys, of course he would go and join a group in Reddit because he's obsessed with Reddit. He used Reddit to try to post this little survey on there. So he goes to the Reddit group. He's not going to go on Facebook and all the other ones because that's not really his thing. He loves Reddit. So he finds this group, sits in there like a freaking psychopath he is. And I told you guys in my prior video that I said he was stalking the heck out of this case. And he is. Look at him. Join a freaking group over here trying to be the expert. The teacher, the professor in the group talking about, you mean 0% chance? Now he tries to act like, okay, 4 days ago, right? He says, killer didn't walk there in my opinion. Now he tries to put in my opinion, but he didn't really need to put that, okay? He just wants to try to skirt under the surface and pretend as though he is not the killer, but he really is like right obviously there, the freaking killer. I don't know how people didn't figure out his freaking username. If I saw that username, I'd be like, this dude is suspect as heck. He did it. I think he's the killer, dude. Inside looking out. Okay, yeah, he did it. He did it, guys. The name is so freaking obvious. Why doesn't anybody see this? Anywho, he says the killer didn't walk there in my opinion. Oh, yeah, you know the killer didn't walk there, Bryan, because you were the one that freaking drove the Hyundai Elantra to the scene. You see how he's literally telling people how the whole crime happened? He knows the person didn't walk there because he's the one that freaking did it. Sick psychopath. Oh, my gosh, guys. This man is sick, man. This case is so... Oh, God. Sorry, I'm getting emotional, guys. You guys have to get over me right now because I'm a little emotional. Then somebody put here, Moscow police reports November 3 to the 13th. So somebody allegedly got the police reports, right? And then he posts 4 days ago. He's like, wow, you got him. So he was shocked that somebody was able to get the police reports of the case. They pulled the police reports for the crime. And so he was excited they got him because he wants to know everything the cops know. He want to know everything that they know about this case. So he was excited about that police report because he wanted to read it and figure out if they're onto him. So he's like, yeah, you got him. Let's keep going, y'all. Here are just some of my random guesses on this tragic. This is from someone else, guys. This is not from him, but he's going to respond to it, which is why I'm going to read it to you because it relates to what he says 4 days ago. So this person posts, here are some of my random guesses on this tragic event, which are unique. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sure of any of this, just my attempt to make sense of this tragedy. I think Kay did have a stalker. That's Kylie, right? I think Kylie did have a stalker. And we all were saying that. And the family said that. I think the stalker was the killer and had been watching the home for quite a while and understood the layout of the house. Guys, this person who's making this speculation is on the freaking money, because in my opinion, that's exactly what happened. And now the information's coming out. We just read, you're going to have to watch the beginning of the live if you missed it. We just read the Daily Mail that indicated that cops have found that he was stalking these individuals. His phone records are pinging near his phone locations is pinging in the same areas where they're at for weeks at a time, for weeks before the crime happened. So this person who's speculating, I just got to give you the background information. This person is right on the money. And I'm saying this because I need you to focus in on what Bryan says after I read this to you, because he's going to try to distract, and try to throw these people off, because he knows that they're right about what happened, right about what he's saying, that the stalker is the one that unalived these people, right? So she's on the money. Whoever did this said, I think the killer did have a stalker. Check, that's true. I think the stalker was the killer. In my opinion, that's true. And had been watching the home for quite a while and understood the layout of the house. In my opinion, that's true. I think Kaylee was the target and did have the most gruesome of the attacks as confirmed by her dad. In my opinion, I think that's true. So this person was on the money, I think. I think it is a single man and a hunter. He is a single man. So see, I told you this person's on the money. I think the killer may have been at the corner club that night and something set him off there. Now, I think this one is probably not having all the background information, because Bryan was stalking these people for weeks. So he had been at other locations that they were at. He probably even went to that sorority party at the house. He probably went to the Mad Greek restaurant, saw Maddie there, saw Zana there, saw Kaylee eating there, sometimes when she went there. So that's how he started stalking them. So even if he did go to that country club that night, I don't think that's what set him off. I think he had been planning this for some time. He just been stalking them and waiting for the right moment. That's what I think. But these are just opinions. But this person, I'm telling you, is on the money. Let's keep going. I think the killer went up to the third floor and planned to only kill Kaylee, but then killed him since she was there. That's what I think. I think it's also possible that the killer was waiting in Kylie's room. No, I don't know about that, guys, because how did Zana and Ethan get unalive? Okay. How did Ethan get alive? How did Zana and Ethan get unalive? That's what I'm saying. I think Zana and Ethan realized there was someone in the house, which led them to being unalived. I think that explains why he did not go downstairs to the other two roommates. He may have also seen the police in the field below the house, or the scream hastened his retreat, because there was a scream. One of the neighbors heard a scream after the fact. I doubt this psychopath is a college student. Oh, and he actually is. Oh, I bet you guys, when Bryan saw that part that said, I doubt he's a college student, that probably destroyed Bryan's ego, because Bryan wants people to know that he is a PhD student and that he's brilliant and he's a mastermind. So his ego was literally deflated. He was like, oh, no, she did not. No, she did not come for my degree. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. But he couldn't say that, because they would have really knew it was him. So he had to, compose himself. Then she says, as an alternative, this may have been a hired hit, since it's hard to see a run of the mill person being able to carry this out. Okay. Now we know it wasn't a hired hit. This man was just a psychopath. Now here, look at Bryan's response. I had to go through that because I wanted you to know the whole thing so that we can hear Bryan. Okay. Now Bryan says, in the inside looking account he has, says, Kay was not target in my opinion. Zana and Maddie were targets. Oh my God. Guys, a light bulb just came on for me. Okay. A light bulb just came on for me. What if he's actually telling the truth, that he really was targeting Zana and Maddie? You know why? Zana and Maddie work at the Greek restaurant. Remember? Let me show you that picture again. Oh my God, guys, we might be able to put these pieces together before that affidavit gets released. What if Zana and Maddie were the target? Zana and Maddie work at the Greek restaurant. They've worked there for several years. He is a vegan. He probably searched for vegan restaurants nearby, found the Mad Greek, went there, saw them who were the waitresses over there. Right. And got obsessed with these two girls. Hence why he had to go upstairs to get to Maddie. So he wanted to kill Zana first, right? He got her. And, unfortunately, poor Ethan was there at the wrong place, wrong time. Then he has to go upstairs to get Maddie because that's the other person he's obsessed with. And unfortunately, Kaylee's sleeping in the bed with Maddie. Now, she probably has some horrible, gruesome injuries because she was fighting the heck out of this dude. And so she sustained some brutal injuries because she was not letting up. Maddie put up a fight, y'all. My gosh, this is making sense now. At first, you guys, I thought that he was trying to sidetrack the investigation, but this makes a lot of sense now when we're putting the puzzle together, guys. Look at this. Maddie and Zana work at the Mad Greek restaurant, not Kaylee. If he goes to this restaurant a lot, he ran into these two girls at this restaurant because they've worked there for several years. This is starting. He literally told us the motive, guys, that he was targeting Zana and Maddie. Allegedly. He literally told us. He was obsessed with these two college girls. Oh my gosh, guys, this is insane. What do you guys think about this? Wow, it just a light bulb came on for me because I'm like, wait a minute, maybe he is actually confessing to this. Because look what he says. Kaylee was not the target, in my opinion. No. That opinion stuff, again, is a detractor, guys. He really doesn't need to put that, but he's just putting that to make it look like he doesn't know what he's saying, but he's guessing. But he's speaking as though it's a fact. The other people are saying, I think, maybe, I speculate, but he always says the fact, and then he just puts, in my opinion, just like a little last minute ditch effort to try to still be incognito. You know what I mean? Guys, we might solve this whole situation before the whole investigators give us information. Because I'm thinking this stuff is making sense. Does it make sense to y'all? Anywho, let's get back to it. He says, Kylie was not the target, in my opinion. Zana and Maddie were targets. Look at killer's route inside the home. Kylie being target doesn't make any sense. See, he's getting mad at the people in this group because he's like, my God, you guys are dumb. You guys cannot figure out what the heck I was doing. Like, come on. Duh. Can't you see that my route in the house? Like, I went through this route because I was trying to get Zana and Maddie. That's who I wanted. Because he saw these two girls at that Greek restaurant, got obsessed with them, and that's how he gained the connection. Guys, we're going to find out later on that he had been to that restaurant. I'm telling you. Once we figure that whole thing out, it's going to blow this whole case out the water. But he got mad and got irritated with these people, y'all. He was like, Zana were the targets. Look at the killer's route inside the home. Kylie being target doesn't make any sense. Why are you guys so dumb? Why can't you guys figure out what I was trying to do? Basically, that's what he's saying, y'all, in my opinion. He gives me that kind of vibe. This person responds 4 days. So this was 4 days ago. He's still talking about this case 4 days before he's arrested, y'all. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Okay. This person says the route through the house or the route in the second floor rear sliding door. Look what inside looking does. Look what Bryan does. He gives them a whole map. He gives them a map of the house. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. You see how much details? He had a whole map out of the house, guys. He probably had this map before he even executed this crime. He gives him a freaking map. It's like he's the expert in the whole group. Everybody else is scrambling trying to figure out what the heck happened, and he's over here with a whole map. Bryan gives him a map, and then he says, killer enters sliding door, exits sliding door. If Kylie, Maddie were targets, the path doesn't cross Zana and Ethan. If Zana, Ethan were targets, the path doesn't cross Kylie and Maddie. Ethan and Kylie did not reside at the home. You guys, this is true. If you guys look at the little sister's post, well, she did reside there, guys, but how did he know? Oh my God. Okay, guys, he's literally telling on himself. Oh my gosh. How does he know they weren't residing there? Well, we all know that now, but he sounds like he knows for sure. The rest of us was kind of speculating, but we figured it out. But still, Kylie was going to school, guys. She wasn't even going to be staying there anymore. She was supposed to go to Texas. She had bought this really nice car. You got to look at Autumn's. I got to pull up Autumn Goncalves. Because Autumn Goncalves says that her sister was not even supposed to be over there. She puts in a post on her page. Autumn says, let me see if I can find it. There's a post that she says that her sister wasn't, okay, she said, Kylie had she said, let's go back to what, actually, let me share this with you so you can see it. We're going to have to kind of break this down, guys. So Autumn is Kaylee's sister, okay? Now, she gives us some tea in here in her post. She says, I never got the chance to tell you how proud of you I truly was. Kaylee just bought a Range Rover less than a week ago. She wasn't even going to go back to Moscow, but she was so excited about her new car, she wanted to show Maddie. Kaylee had an amazing job. She was starting next year and was excited to move to Texas. Her life had just truly begun. See? So she wasn't even supposed to be over there. I think she moved out of that house. That wasn't even her place anymore, which is why she was sleeping in the same bed with her best friend, Maddie. And now it's all making sense because Maddie and Zana worked at that Greek restaurant. And now the killer allegedly is on Reddit, literally telling people who his target was. He's telling everybody who he wanted to unalive. And he wanted to unalive, allegedly, he's saying, Maddie and Zana. And notice, guys, he's literally the only person that I have ever seen in all the different groups, because I've been in tons of these Moscow, Idaho murder groups because I'm trying to figure out what happened too. And never have I ever seen any person besides Bryan here, inside looking, his little account here, besides Bryan ever say that the target was Maddie and Zana. No one has ever said that except for Bryan. No one I've ever seen. Y'all let me know if you've seen somebody else. I haven't seen it, period. People have always thought it was Kylie, or they thought, oh, it may have been Kylie or Maddie, and maybe, Zana and Ethan happen to just be in the way. They're trying to get to the third floor. They walk in, then they see Zana and Ethan, and they just unalive the person there and get to the third floor. The third floor. That's what everybody thought, right? But notice how Bryan knows exactly who the people are, and he picks the most unsuspecting people we would think. Nobody even thought it would be Zana, of all people. People didn't even think it would be her, right? We thought it was the two bombshells upstairs, Maddie or Kylie, because The question was, well, why would they even need to go upstairs if the target was the two people on the second floor? But notice how Bryan, psychopath, telling people who his targets were. And it's none of the people we thought, the combination at least of it being Zana. Man, Zana though, who has a whole boyfriend, and Maddie. And that makes sense now, guys, because Bryan is a vegan. He probably went to that Mad Greek restaurant where Zana and Maddie worked for several years. They were the waitresses there. Those two girls were probably one of his waitresses at various times when he was there. And he became fixated on these two girls. Because notice all the details he's saying. He's saying Ethan and Kylie doesn't even live there. See, when he went there to kill and unalive Maddie and Zana, he didn't expect for Ethan and Kylie to even be there. But he's like, well, if y'all gonna be there, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. Y'all just gonna have to go out. He thought, well, maybe they're gonna go home, maybe they're gonna leave, and then they never leave. And it's now 3 or 4 in the morning. And he's like, well, I came what I planned to do, and they're in there, so they're just gonna have to be unalived right along with the ones that I'm looking for. This is making sense, guys. Literally, Bryan is telling us in these freaking chats, he's telling us who the targets were. And clearly, in my opinion, he made contact with them. He first encountered these girls at that Mad Greek restaurant. That's what I think. Y'all, come on now. Y'all tell me what y'all think. This is making sense to me. I don't know about y'all. The puzzle is just starting to look clear. But let's read this again. He says, killer enters sliding door. So he's telling us where he entered. An exit sliding door. He told us where he exited. He has a whole map, guys. He gives us a map here. Isn't this crazy? This is the map he gives us. Look, he did a whole layout for everybody. This is crazy. Let me see if I can show you the little map he did. Let's go through that map while we're at it, since he's even over here giving us all these details, y'all. So this is the little map here that psychopath Bryan did. He shows us where the rooms are. Zana and Ethan's bedroom. See, he'd been planning this whole thing out. I think he probably created this thing before the whole crime happened and knew where everybody's room was, because he probably went to one of them sorority parties, right? Look at this map. Look how detailed it is. I've never seen something so detailed in my life. I mean, I've seen different YouTubers out here do different little diagrams, but none of them look this detailed, y'all. He had it laid out, guys. So look, you got Zana and Ethan's bedroom here. You got the bathroom. He even knows where the dang bathroom is. My God. Okay. Living room. You got the stairs right here for the downstairs area. Oh my God. Now, I wonder he didn't go downstairs because he didn't really care for those two people. Then you got the 2 stairs up here and the vacant bedroom. Why he even know where the vacant bedroom is? Rear sliding glass door is where he says the killer came in from. So the killer went into the living room, went right into Zana and Ethan's room, unalived him over here. Then he went up the stairs. Wow, guys, I'm done. He has a layout. Oh my gosh. I can't. This is sick, guys. This is sick. So let's read this again, because this is crazy. Now it makes sense, guys, because I really thought that he was trying to throw people off. No, he's not. He's actually confessing right here. He's giving us a confession. This is my confession. Right here, he says, killer enters sliding door and exits sliding door. If Kylie and Maddie were targets, the path doesn't cross Zana and Ethan. How does he know everything and nobody else knows anything? If Zana and Ethan were targets, the path doesn't cross Kylie and Maddie. Ethan and Kylie did not reside at the home. Therefore, Zana and Maddie must have been targets. He knew they were the targets because he's the one that did the crime. See, he's trying to make it look like he unsure. Must have been. Come on now, Bryan. Don't play with us. Don't play. You might as well have just said you did it in the whole old post. He might as well have, because he literally told on himself. Like I said, he knew who lived at that house. He knew Zana lived there and he knew Maddie lived there. Now, unfortunately, Kylie was unlucky because she was there to show her new Range Rover, show her best friend, and she stayed the night, just this one night, and she was going to be heading out after that. That's the sad part about it. Got unlucky, guys. Unfreaking lucky, poor girl. And the boyfriend, Ethan. But let's keep going, y'all. Y'all don't even know what y'all in for with these crazy posts. Crazy posts, guys. I really, without a shadow of a doubt, in my opinion, think this is Bryan. Like I said, it is linked to his email account. And then you add on top of that, the very post that he's saying is so decrepit. It just stands out. Oh my God. Okay, look. So Bryan comments on this, guys. Somebody says, do you think the killer is among us? Enjoying the fact that no one has a clue what happened? Yeah, right here. Bryan, he's right here. Bing, bing, bing. Now look at this, guys. I told you it's going to get crazy. This person says, people that do this type of crime don't freak out like that. You're looking at this case through the lenses of a model, citizen, and regular person. Try to put yourself in another's shoes. But without accepting the norm that society says is normal, things are a whole lot different. Now, look what Bryan says. 5 days ago, Bryan says, being on the run is not fun, in my opinion. Guys, I'm about to have a heart attack on the screen. I can't. These comments, these are so freaking sinister. He's literally telling you guys. He's telling you he hasn't been having fun being on the run. And that's evident in his behavior, guys, because I read an article yesterday to you guys. You got to watch all my videos on this. And in the article, people were saying in class, he looked like he hadn't got any sleep since the killings. He was coming in there with all kinds of coffees and drinks, and his eyes were all like jacked up. He looked so exhausted, like he wasn't sleeping at night. And then you look at this post here that he puts here. He says, being on the run is not fun, in my opinion, because he hasn't been having a good time. He has literally been stressed the heck out. He's been in these Moscow murder groups. He's been hearing about it in class. All the students are talking about it because he's in a criminology class. He's been hearing about it all over the news, and he has been stressed the heck out about being caught. And not only that, guys, you can tell this man has not been having fun, because he has been wearing gloves everywhere he goes so that he can prevent any of the authorities from getting any fingerprints. So he has had to literally be extremely cautious everywhere he goes. Imagine that. You go to a restaurant, you can't leave anything. You got to take all your garbage with you. You got to put gloves on everywhere you go. Yeah, he's based on his behavior, he wasn't having fun. So he literally is telling all of you guys that he hasn't been having fun, that he's been miserable on the run, trying to hide and try to escape this crime. Even to the point where during winter break, he takes his car and drives all the way with his dad on a little road trip to Pennsylvania to spend the holidays. Yeah, right, to try to hide from authorities. But look at this. Being on the run is not fun, in my opinion. My gosh, guys, that was just 5 days ago. Now look at this. This is so sinister. Who has a laughing party about the heinous murder crimes? He does the emoji here, the laughing emoji. This is from Bryan. Who does that? This is not funny. This is a response from someone says, can we talk about one of the guys in the video? And then Bryan, wait, what just happened? I hate when this happens. Okay. Can we talk about one of the guys in the video? And then Bryan goes here and he does a laughing emoji here. How do you laugh about this? You know what he's doing? Oh gosh, what just happened here? I don't want to look at this. He's laughing at here because he's seeing that how people, they say, can you talk about one of the guys in the video, right? He's laughing because he's saying, like, basically, you guys are so dumb. You guys are speculating all the wrong people. And I'm sitting here right in front of your freaking face as the killer, and you haven't even figured it out yet. That's what he's literally doing. He's laughing at the people of the group because he thinks they're all on the wrong path. They have not even figured out that they're literally talking to the killer. Allegedly. Okay. But this is crazy. You notice he's the only one that's having these laughing pity parties while everybody else is disturbed by the case. He's laughing. Who does that? This is not a laughing matter. This is not funny at all. It's just sick, right? Now let's look at this one. This person says 9 days ago. See how long he's been in this group, y'all? This is Bryan right here. But anyway, this person said, I've always thought Zana and Ethan were the targets, but whoever did it didn't know the house sleeping arrangements. They went into Maddie and Kylie's room while completely dark and started in on Kylie before realizing, SHIT, this isn't Ethan and Zana, and then had to make Maddie out to prevent her from screaming and waking up intended victims. After that, the perp went down to the next floor and took out Ethan and Zana and left because that's all he wanted. My theory could go vice versa too, that the intended were Maddie and Kylie and perp accidentally started in on the wrong person in the dark. That's why the roommates were unharmed. They were targets, and it was luck that the killer didn't go into their room. I've never seen anyone mention this perspective, but I haven't been really following. This is a person, again, who's just speculating like the rest of us were doing. We're all trying to figure out what the heck happened. Now, let's look at what the real killer said, allegedly. Bryan here. Inside looking his post 6 days ago, he says, no. Killer went to Zana room, then to Maddie and Kylie room, in my opinion. You see how he speaks with such facts, guys? Like everybody else is giving opinions. Nobody's sure. And he just literally comes out with no. He's telling everybody where he went. This is so literally, these posts are giving me the creeps. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting the complete creeps as I'm reading it. But look how he's saying this with such facts. Imagine yourself in this group. Okay, let's just stop. Imagine you were in the group and you are seeing this post by someone before the arrest happened, and you see somebody say, no, killer went to Zana and Ethan's room, then to Maddie and Kylie's room, in my opinion. And it's not like they're guessing like all of us. Like, I think, like if you and I, we'd be like, I think he might have went to this room first. It makes more sense. And then he might have went to that one. That's how we would talk about it. No, the way Bryan is talking about it, he's talking about it as if he already knows because he is the insider looking out. He is the one that is privy to what happened because he's the one that committed the crime, in my opinion, allegedly. So he's telling people what actually happened. So based upon what actually happened, in his opinion, allegedly, he's saying he went into Zana and Ethan's room, unalived them first. Then he went to Maddie and Katie's room. Basically, y'all. He basically told us what happened. But he's literally giving himself away in these posts because he's talking to the people in the group as if it is 100% fact. Right? 100% fact. And the rest of them are in the group like, what? Like, this guy acts like he knows everything, right? And this person comments and says, there's no way to know the order yet. But I suspect he wanted everyone upstairs dead so as not to be disturbed. Then he responds again, killer went to Zana room, then Maddie, Kylie's room, in my opinion. That whole in my opinion thing is a bunch of flack, y'all. Don't even buy the in my opinion thing. It's really in his mind, it's a fact, but he don't want y'all to know that. So he has to use the IMO to make it look like he doesn't know and he's guessing. But the way he communicates it, guys, it should give you the chills. He's literally saying it like it's a fact. He's not saying allegedly or I think or I suspect. It's because he already knows. He already knows, everybody. He knows because he committed the crime. Now look at this one. This, guys, I don't know about you, but I'm literally creeped out. I'm creeped out by these comments. Never have I ever. I mean, we went over a lot of killer cases, but this case is just horrific how he's literally in a freaking group. This is going to make me look at these groups differently. You know how I joined these different groups for justice for whoever, justice for this person. I'm going to look at these cases a little bit differently now because you never know. You might be talking to the killer yourself in one of these groups, like what's happening here, allegedly. But let's look at this next one, guys. This person in the group says, this seems the most likely to me as well. Killer's car would be spotted on one of 2 cameras we know about in the area. The apartment in the Linda Lane has a camera facing Taylor, and the west-facing neighbor's camera covers Walenta in the background of maybe coming up King. One of these 2 cameras probably captures the white Elantra coming and leaving. Now look at what Bryan says. Inside looking, he says, exactly. See, look at how he speaks. He speaks in factual terms, whereas these other people here, they're like, this seems most likely. You know, they're not talking as if they're sure, right? But here Bryan comes and says, exactly. Crime scene was also expanded to the parking lot and not the Walenta. How does he know this, guys? How the heck does he know this? He has been studying the heck out of this freaking case to see what the officers figured out. And he knows, guys, for sure why the crime scene was expanded to that parking lot. Because that's where his car was. He parked in the parking lot. He didn't park on Walenta. So a lot of people were focused on Walenta, but that's not where he parked his car, right? So that's why he says exactly. And the words he uses is so matter of fact, which is what's giving me the chills because it's like he's literally in this group trying to correct people. None of the other group members, you got to go in the group. If you go in the group later on when you have time, look at other people's posts. You'll just notice the difference from what he says versus what other people say. Other people are talking like they're speculating, guessing, trying to figure it out. He's over here speaking with facts and exactly and wrong and you know, like it's like as if he's trying to correct the people. And again, like I said, his name gives him away. His username gives him away. And people didn't even see that. How do you not see that? Inside looking out, basically. You've heard that term before. Inside looking out. That's what he was literally telling on himself. And nobody saw that. Come on, y'all. He was obviously dumb. Inside looking? He might as well just put inside looking out. Looking on the outside, people who don't know what the heck's going on. But look at this, how he's saying exactly. How do you know? How do you know, Bryan? Why are you saying exactly like you was there? Because you were. Because you were. You were there, Bryan. That's how you know. And you know that the crime was expanded to the parking lot. We know that. Not Elantra, because you know your car was there. And so there was crime evidence there. There probably was blood droplets in the parking lot too, because he had to have been really bloody, y'all. He had to have been, okay? Let's keep going. 6 days ago, this person said, you can't say wrong and correct when you have, okay, look, because basically this person is talking to inside looking out because he was really using a lot of factual things. He was saying wrong, correct, right, exactly. This is the type of stuff he had been saying in the group. Like exactly here. And let me see if there's any, can I load any more comments? Let's see. Oh, here. Okay. Right. This is Bryan. Killer went to Zana and Exana's room first, then this person's room. But right, look how he says exactly here, right? So this person starts getting suspicious of Bryan, right? This person's like, weird. Okay, come on. You can't speak in these factual terms like you was actually there. Like they're like, wait a minute, this dude's kind of weird, right? So this person says you can't say wrong and correct when you have absolutely no way of knowing? None of us do. We can all guess, and that's all it is. It doesn't even involve logic, just guesses. Now, Bryan says, I put in there, in my opinion. See, he is strategically using that, in my opinion, to try to throw people off. But notice the sinister comments in here. They're always very factual. He'll either say wrong if he thinks people got the facts wrong because he knows, because he was there, right? Or he'll say exactly, like very matter-of-fact terminologies. And so this person right here, unusual resist, started getting suspicious. Is like, wait a minute, you over here speaking like you was there. You can't just come over here and talk about wrong and correct and stuff. What the heck is going on? What's really going on? And so Bryan tried to take a step back. That's why he's been using in my opinion a lot. You notice his little in my opinions. He got caught up right here because he forgot to put it there. Notice how you see criminals always slip up, y'all. They always slip up. They always get caught up in the act. And he got caught right here because he forgot to put in my opinion. He just speaks like a fact. Killer went to Zana's room first, then Maddie and Kylie's room. There's nothing about I guess or I think. Notice this person said here. Notice the difference in the communication. This person who's just a spectator says, I've always thought Zana and Ethan. All right. But then Bryan always speaks in facts. He never says I thought or I guess. He just says killer went this. He just gives it like a fact. Like this is a matter of fact. And he forgot to use in my opinion. Notice that right there. It's not there because he slipped up. He slipped up. Then he started using that in my opinion a lot more because people started to catch on to this creep. Okay? This man is sick. Now look at, this is what he was referring to. Let's look at this one right here, guys. Look at this creepy dude. You guys, I don't know what to tell you. This man is creepy. Check this out. Okay. This person says 6 days ago, person goes to house to target one specific girl, finds two in the same bed, witness elimination. Other two hear noise and become collateral damage as well. Pretty cut and dry. I think that makes sense. But notice how this person who is trying to figure things out, they use I think. This is what possibly happened. I'm guessing. Look at what Bryan says. Bryan says, wrong. Killer went to Zana and Ethan room, then Maddie and Katie room, in my opinion. Starting to use that little in my opinion. And that's why unusual resist came back and said, you can't say wrong and correct when you have absolutely no way of knowing. None of us do. We can all guess, and that's all it is. It doesn't even involve logic, just guesses. And then he says, I put in there, in my opinion, IMO, in my opinion. No, you just put that as just to try to save yourself, but you knew good and well what you were really saying. That was just a last minute ditch effort. Because he never put, if he was really in his opinion, why he always speaks as is a fact. Wrong. This is giving me the chills, y'all. I don't know what to tell you. This man is creepy as all get out. Wrong. And notice how he's very stuck on this fact. He said it here. He said killer went to Zana's room first, then Maddie and Katie's room. Then he said it up here. Again, this person said they always thought went to Zana, Ethan. Then he says it again. Killer went to Zana, Ethan's in first, then Maddie and Katie's room. He's been trying to insist on that from every time people say something that gets the facts wrong. He tries to correct them because this man has always had this OCD about him. He's always had to be the smartest person in the room. He's always had to outsmart everybody else. So he can't resist it. It's like irresistible to him for someone to say something wrong without him correcting them. It's like an OCD. Like he has the OCD about meat. You know how he's vegan and he won't eat from any pots and pans if it's ever cooked with meat and all this crazy obsessive stuff he does, right? Well, it's the same thing with when he talks to people about different things. And because people are getting the facts wrong, because he knows, because he was there when he committed the crimes, he can't resist it, guys. It's irresistible to him. He cannot resist correcting them. And so look at it. He's like, wrong. Killer went to Zana and Ethan's room, then Maddie and Katie's room. In my opinion. No, you didn't really mean in your opinion. Don't lie. You know for sure, Bryan. You know for sure, but you're trying to hide with this little IMO thing. Just tell us the truth that you did it. Okay? You give your whole name away. I don't know why people don't figure this man out. And then this person says, just using any sort of logic tells you this is highly unlikely, right? Then Bryan says, actually, look at this, guys. Oh my God. I'm getting the freaking chills. What about you? This is crazy. I can't. Look what he says. Actually, this route is correct. Actually, no one uses those exact terms. Creepy as heck. Actually, this route is correct and the most logical, in my opinion. Actually, he's basically saying for a fact this is correct because he was there, because he committed the crime. He speaks in such exact terminology. It's so sickening, guys. It's disgusting. Let's keep going. This person says 6 days ago, they said, if and when they have a suspect, someone arrested, will there be enough info about this person to be able to identify them if they were posting on these subreddits? Oh, this person didn't realize that Bryan was posting on the subreddits, y'all. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is giving me so much chills. Imagine if you were in this group, you guys. What if you were in the same group and you heard this? What would you guys do? What would you do? Wow. Look what Bryan says. Bryan says, write them a letter and find out. What a smart aleck comment to say. Write them a letter and find out. What kind of answer is that, guys? Weird, right? Weird. Oh. Let's keep going. So, Bryan, let's see what he said over here. This person said 6 days ago, the killer entered and left via the rear of the house and used the hill to walk to a parked car on Walenta. If he used car or he walked home, if he stayed locally. Too much police activity out of the front at Banfield for the perpetrator to have entered and left any other way. Look what Bryan says. Guys, if this is not giving you the chills, I don't know what else to tell you. Y'all need to go get some help if this is not creeping you out. But look at what Bryan says. He says, wrong. Killer was in parking lot behind house and drove off from there, in my opinion. That's a last-ditch effort to try to be incognito. But he's speaking as if he knows because he was there. Killer was in parking lot behind house. And remember, he said that before, how he was talking about how the crime scene was extended out to the parking lot. You see, he can't resist correcting people who get stuff wrong. Like I said, it's like OCD for him. He can't just let them say the wrong stuff. So he's like, wrong. Killer was in parking lot behind house and drove off from there. See, he knows because that's what he did. He was in the parking lot behind the house. That's how he went into the sliding doors and came out from the sliding doors. And then he drove off from there. That's what he did in the real crime, allegedly. And he's literally confessing. This is my confession. He's confessing right here, guys. This is his confession. Y'all are reading the very confession of Bryan. I don't even know if the authorities really need to do too much interrogation because they have his interrogation right here in the Reddit. All they got to do, which is what they're going to do, is pull this records here, and they're going to use this in the trial also. So he's so dumb, guys. How could he be this dumb? That's why they did the search warrant of his office and his house. They took his electronics. They took his laptop and everything. So they're going to have access to his email. They're going to have access to all these Reddit posts he did. This is all going to be used in the trial. Yep, we're getting the inside evidence right now before the trial happens, but this will be used in the trial. Guarantee you. Guarantee you, in my opinion. This person says, inside so Bryan commented on this person said, confused about the Kylie had a stalker angle. That's what somebody said, right? And then Bryan says, her parents can't get closure without the why, in my opinion. Well, Bryan, why don't you give them closure, you sick psychopath? Why don't you freaking tell them why you targeted Maddie and Zana? You couldn't resist these girls, huh? Because you saw them at that Mad Greek restaurant, you little sick psychopath, and they weren't interested in your little ugly, sick self. And you couldn't handle that you were rejected for the 100th time. Huh? Huh, Bryan? In my opinion, this little sick man. He's enjoying this whole thing, guys. He's getting a kick. You guys don't understand this psychopath. He's getting a literal kick out of sitting here watching these people spin their wheels trying to figure out what he did in the crime. He's enjoying every bit of it. He loves it. This is so disgusting. Let's read this. So this person said, what if this was a SA attempt? Okay, y'all, Bryan did not like this post right here. When people were accusing him of assaulting them, RAPE, he didn't like this. Look what Bryan says. They say, you got it, not Bryan. Bryan didn't say this part. Hold on. I'm just going to tell you what this person said. You got a better idea of what happened? Then Bryan says, Ellie states no essay. Stick to the facts. Guys, Bryan didn't like that. Bryan did not like the fact that they were accusing him of SA. No, he did not. He was like, end of discussion. No, there's been no SA. Do not accuse me of SA. I did not do that. Stick to the freaking facts, dude. Stick to the facts. How do we know the facts, Bryan? You're the only one that know the facts. You're the only one that knows the facts. Look at him. He's so aggressive about it, too, in the comments. Nobody else got aggressive. Everybody else is just sitting here trying to guess. They're like, well, what the heck happened? Was it SA? Was there some type of RAPE? Like, whatever. People are trying to spin their wheels. All of us were going crazy about this case. But notice how he's the only person in the group. The only person. You got to go back to the group, y'all. You guys can look this stuff up yourself. He is the only person in this group, guys, that gets offended when they suggest it's possibly SA. Why does he do that? Why? Because he doesn't want people to affiliate him with being a RAPIST. So look at that. Law enforcement states no SA. Stick to the facts. But this is what he said originally. This other person said, did I say there actually was an essay? Clearly there wasn't. Also, clearly the script got scrambled into mayhem. And then Bryan says, I don't know what you said because I never responded to you. You see how offended he's getting? He's causing a lot of conflict in the group too. Everybody else is trying to work together. Everybody trying to be a team, trying to figure out this tragedy. He's the only one that's being contentious, being arrogant, trying to correct everybody in the group as if he knows all the facts and everybody else doesn't know anything. He has to be the smartest person. How do you know, Bryan? Because you were there and you committed the crime. Now look at this, guys. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Look at this. So this is when the person suggests, what if this was an SA attempt? Look what Bryan says. Bryan says, no SA assault. End of story. Look how mad he got. He got so mad, guys, when people were accusing him of SA. He wanted them to drop the discussion. That is so weird. Don't you think? If you were in this group, wouldn't you think that was kind of off if you were in the group? Because everybody's just trying to ask questions, figure out what's going on. And he is literally offended by people suggesting that he committed an SA. He literally gave himself away with this post right here because of how authoritative he was, how aggressive he was in the group, how he was trying to tell people to just drop the discussion when it's a logical question to ask. Anybody wants to know, was there an SA? But he says, no SA. End of story. Yeah, he didn't want nobody to try to implicate him as a rapist. And then he goes back and says, LE states no SA. Stick to the facts. Yeah, yeah, guys. He definitely did this, y'all, in my opinion. But wait, it gets worse, guys. That's not the end of it. Check these out, okay? This person, because the person over here was saying, look at this, guys. This is crazy. We got to read it like this. So this was 8 days ago. This is crazy. This person says, feel bad for him. So they were talking about Jack. So you guys already know, poor Jack was being accused of unaliving Kylie and all the other victims, right? So the JD family speaks out. They were talking about Jack DeCur and everything. And this person says, I feel bad for him. They say they feel bad for Jack. Just imagine this happening in 1 month. Your girlfriend, who you think you'd marry, breaking up with you, her then getting murdered 3 weeks later, the world pinning an unsolved murder on you. I hope he has the right support system to get through these times. Of course, if he is involved, then my perspective changes, but I'm not going to rush to pin theories on him. Look what Bryan said. He dodged a bullet, in my opinion. Wow. Oh my God, what a sick psychopath. Look what Bryan, he dodged a bullet. What the heck? He is a freaking weirdo. What in the world? Okay, and somebody was questioning him about that, right? People were like, what the heck? Like, they're figured out what is this guy saying? He's creepy. And then this person says, because when he said he dodged a bullet, in my opinion, people are like, this guy's freaking weird, right? So then somebody says, I think that poster means he could have been Ethan 2.0 murdered in his girlfriend's bedroom. So the breakup was lucky for him, just like it was lucky for Jake that he was in Boise. Then Bryan says, yes, that's what I mean. Oh my gosh, guys, can you imagine? The killer is in there literally saying Jack DeCor dodged a bullet by getting dumped because he would have been unalived right along with the rest of them. Oh, this man is so sick, guys. I don't know what to tell you. This is disgusting, y'all. So disgusting. Oh my God. And look how he knows for sure. Everybody else was still trying to figure out it was Jack. Yet Bryan knew for sure it wasn't Jack because he was the one who did it. Bryan was the one who did it, allegedly. Look what Bryan says here. Bryan says, Jack DeCur is cleared. He has nothing to do with it. Yeah, you know. And notice how he's so matter of fact about it. He's not trying to pin it on Jack because he's literally offended that nobody has figured out that it's Bryan that did it. No one figured out that it was him that did it. He's getting mad because people keep putting all his hard work onto Jack DeCur, so Jack DeCur gets the credit for what he did. Isn't that sick? Isn't that so disturbing to you? So he's offended by that. So he's trying to tell the people in the group, stop talking about Jack DeCur. He's cleared. You guys are on the wrong track. Literally, you're trying to give this guy credit for what I did. End of story. He's not the one who did it. I did it, basically. Jack DeCur is cleared. He has nothing to do with it. But this part right here took me out when he said he dodged a bullet. What? What a sick man. So he's basically telling us, yeah, he lucky he wasn't there, y'all, because I would have took him out too. Oh, God, it's disgusting. And then this person says, exactly. Kylie's family saying nothing speaks volumes, at least in my opinion. Then then Bryan comes back again, says, Jack is cleared. He's such a bully in this group. He's trying to control the narrative. But notice he's really not trying to hide from authorities, because if he did, he could have just went along with the lie while everybody in the group is saying that Jack did it. He could have just went along with that. It was like, yeah, Jack did it because he didn't want, but he wants to be found out. He wants to be discovered. He wants the cops to find him. At the same time, he doesn't want to get caught, which is weird, right? He's trying to use all his studies from school to try to evade officers by wearing all the gloves and the grocery stores and everywhere he goes. But at the same time, he gets irritated with the people in the group because he just can't resist it, guys. He can't resist the correcting these people who get the facts wrong. It's like an OCD obsession of his that he has to correct people. And so because they keep implicating Jack, he can't resist it. He has to tell people, end of story. Jack didn't do it. Jack has nothing to do with it. He dodged a bullet. This is the sickest comment I saw in here. Dodged a bullet. What kind of comment is that? Jack is cleared. He has nothing to do with it. Yeah, you know that, Bryan, because you were there, you little psychopath. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Let's keep going, guys. This man is sick. 10 days ago, this person says, I'm not a knife expert, but from various expert interviews, I've seen recently the type of knife likely used dulls fairly quickly. If Kaylee was the last killed, the knife would have dulled significantly and caused more damage compared to the injuries the first and second victim experienced. Because of that, even though her wounds may have been more significant than the others, it does not necessarily mean that she was the target. Now look at this, guys. He slips up. This is 6 days ago. Notice this time he doesn't use "in my opinion." He slipped up right here. He starts speaking in factual terms now. This person here, you can see how they're like, I'm not an expert in this. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean, like, they're not really sure. Look at him. Killer went to Zana and Ethan's room and then to Maddie and Kylie's room. So Kylie was likely the last victim. You know that, Bryan, because you unalived them, allegedly. He's literally telling us, guys, we have inside scoop on what happened because he's literally telling everybody in this Reddit group. So Kylie, we know, guys, now that Kylie was the last victim because he's telling us that. And notice how he doesn't give us any "in my opinions" in this comment. He literally is telling us a fact. Killer. And notice, remember, this is like the 4th time he has emphasized this fact. Remember, we've heard him say this before. We've heard him say this before. Remember, he keeps emphasizing that the killer went to Zana and Ethan's room first, then he went to Maddie and Kylie's room. So Kylie was likely the last victim. And this person posted this 10 days ago. He went in 6 days ago. So he's been looking through all the posts to correct different ones that had the facts wrong. Because like I said, it's an OCD to this man. It's obsessive. He has to correct where everybody's getting stuff wrong, which is what's going to get him caught up. This is so creepy, man, guys. Oh, it's so creepy. This person says extent of stab wounds theory. This person posted this a couple days ago. 6 days ago, Bryan says, yeah, it's not the movies. Now, this was 10 days ago, right? This man has been studying the heck out of this case. He has had no fun, right? This person says, did they find the white Hyundai Elantra? Bryan says, no, period. So factual, right? He knows they didn't find the white Elantra. You know why? Because it's his car. And at the time, they hadn't contacted him at that time frame, 10 days ago. And he knew he had his car. So he was like, no, he knew for a fact. He didn't even have to think about it. The other people would have had to go look up news articles, like, I don't know if they found the launcher. Maybe they're not announcing it yet. We don't know. We don't have all the details. But notice how he just says, no, period, end of discussion. He knows they didn't find it because it's his freaking car, guys. It's his car. And he had his car 10 days ago. And he had not been contacted by authorities. So he knew for a fact the authorities didn't find the white Hyundai Elantra because it's his freaking car, guys. Look at that. No. This is creeping me out. This person says the 300 corridor information. Bryan says, go drive out there and look for everyone. Yeah, he wants them to do it. He wants these people to go do his dirty work because he wants to know how much the authorities know. So he's trying to get these people in the group to go out there and look for evidence for him and come back to the group and let him know, because he's trying to figure out if the authorities have caught on to his sick self yet. It gets worse, guys. Why did police initially believe these murders were targeted? Bryan says they didn't have a suspect at that time. Oh, so Bryan, do you think they have a suspect now? Because you're arrested now, buddy. What do you think now? Huh? This person says, is the killer on these boards? Yeah. Hello. You're looking at it right here. Inside looking. Ding, ding, ding. This is what Bryan says. Speculation. They are on one of them. 100%. Oh my gosh. He literally told on himself right there. They asked if it's a killer on one of these boards, right? One of the groups. Then he says, he just used that speculation to cover up. He knows they are on one of them 100%. He's literally telling everybody that he is the killer and he is in one of the groups, which is this group. And he says 100%, meaning he knows for a fact because he is the freaking killer. Oh my God, this is crazy. Guys, I don't know about joining these groups anymore. Imagine you in these groups with killers and not even know it. Not even know that you're talking to a killer. It makes it scary because if you get into a debate with the killer in the group, who knows if he doesn't start stalking you and try to find you next. That is crazy. Did you see that speculation there on one of them? He gave the exact number of what groups he's in, and he said 100% that he knows for a fact that he is. Look at this one, guys. Look at this one. Somebody says multiple suspects for multiple victims, maybe? Because people were thinking that there was more than one killer, right? People were like, there's got to be more than one killer. How did they take out 4 people? Look what Bryan says. Speculation. 1 killer. Guys, don't get bogged down by the word speculation. He's using that word to distract and try to be incognito and try to hide under surfaces to make it look like he's one of them, like he's trying to figure it out. But the reality is, remove the word speculation and you have what he's telling you is that there's only one killer, and that one killer is Bryan Kohberger. Him, the inside looking, his account. He is the killer, allegedly. Which is why, guys, that little smart aleck remark that he made to the authorities when he was arrested, he tried to ask the authorities, did you arrest someone else? He knew good and well the authorities didn't arrest anyone else. He knew that, but he was trying to be his little sick, sly, sarcastic self because he knew there wasn't another killer, because he literally says it in this group. He says 1 killer. So why are you asking the authorities if there's another killer that was arrested? You know there wasn't. So you're just trying to throw the officers off when you made that last-ditch effort when they arrested him. Look at this, guys. This is crazy. 1 killer. Everybody else is trying to figure it out. They're like multiple suspects for multiple victims, maybe. Speculation. One killer. That was 11 days ago. See how long and how dedicated he has been in this group? He's been in this group for a long time, y'all. Home security tips. Then Bryan says, just put a yard sign out that says you're a gun owner. Most effective way, in my opinion. Can you imagine a killer giving you advice? A killer giving you safety tips. What if Ted Bundy came to your house or messaged you and you were like, I need some safety tips on how to protect myself. And Ted Bundy messaged you and says, oh, here's a safety tip. Lock your doors at night. Isn't this crazy? Bryan is trying to go over here giving these people safety tips. And he's the one that unalived these people. That's just some creepy stuff. I don't know what to say. Just put a sign out saying you're a gun owner. Most effective way, in my opinion. This man is creepy as heck. Okay, look at this, guys. Look, another sick thing that he does here. So somebody says 13 days ago, I just started researching this case today. Does anyone have an answer to why the surviving roommates thought the victims were passed out? It was a brutal stabbing, and they would have known that if they saw them. So were the bodies behind locked doors? Bryan says, speculation. Bodies were inside room. How do you know that, Bryan? Everybody else is trying to guess and figure out where the bodies are. You seem to know for a fact that they're inside the room. You're the only person that knows the facts. See, that's how he's giving himself away, because only the authorities and Bryan know where those bodies were. So he's literally, that's why the authorities were so tight-lipped. They were tight-lipped because they couldn't give too many details, because if they did, the killer would be able to be incognito because everybody would know the details of the case. So they had to keep certain facts closed-mouthed. And you're noticing Bryan seems to be the Mr. Fact provider in this group. He knows exactly where the bodies are. He knows exactly where the killer went first. He knows exactly the two targets that were targeted. Nobody else seemed to know that it was Zana and Maddie. He knows, though. He's literally giving a confession in this group, y'all. Opinion of others. They said sliding door. They did a photo here. And this person said, I thought I read and saw earlier on that the slider was left open by the killer. People in the TikTok are saying that they never disclosed. It's been weeks now, so who knows where that was originally posted. This was also why comments about the housing being 20 to 30 degrees inside and how did the roommates not freeze. Bryan comes back, y'all. Here come Bryan. He says it was left open. It should be convincing by this picture as they took a part of the outside handle for evidence, but not the inside. See, he knows all the details, guys, more than anybody else in this group. He even knows that they took a part of the outside, not the inside. Because he tried to figure out if they caught on to him. And notice he's not using in my opinion. He's telling you a fact because he was there. He knows that he left the sliding door open, right? Also, ISP Snail confirmed it was the sliding glass door for entry. See, again, he's telling us facts. He's not saying, in my opinion, I guess he's over here telling everybody what he knows. Then he even knows the exact tweet here of the person who says it. Isn't that disturbing? He knows the exact tweet. And that tweet says, ISP Amanda Rowley, she says, ISP spokesperson Aaron Snell told me this afternoon it was believed that the potential suspect came through the sliding glass door. But again, There appeared to be no signs of forced entry. So Kaylee and them left that back door, that sliding door open, man. That's sad. Y'all need to make sure you lock your sliding doors, please. After this case, please lock every door in your house. Don't be trying to leave stuff unlocked. Seriously. But he literally, look how sick he is. He says it was left open. He knows that he left the door open. How do you know this, Bryan? You just seem to be the supplier of all facts. Nobody else knows all these details that you tend to know. Suspect, man. He's giving it all away. Look what he says here. This person says, do you remember where that originated from? I can't remember if it was a news station or someone said that the roommate said it was open. See, look at that. They're catching on to him, guys. Did you see that? Nobody else knew that sliding door was open. Except for Bryan. Bryan Kohberger knew because he was there, because he committed the crimes. Allegedly. So he caught himself up. He literally told on himself here when he says it was left open. It should be convincing by this picture as they took a part of the outside handle for evidence, but not the inside. Now look at this person. This person's starting to get a little suspicious. They're like, do you remember where that originated from? I can't remember if it was in the news station or someone said the roommate saw it was open. How you know? He says, look at my first comment. I edited so you got the info. But no, even this lady, she doesn't even say it was left open. Oh, there, no, okay, no. She does say that. She says, I apologize, the nitpicking his words. But are we sure when he said open, he meant that the door itself was physically open from the door hinge, or open like when someone knocks, you yell, it's open, meaning it's unlocked, come on in. Spokesperson, she says, Aaron Snell told me this afternoon it was believed that the potential suspect came through the sliding glass door, but again, there appeared to be no signs of forced entry. That is an important distinction to note. I think most people assume that the door he was referring to was the door in the photos where the cars are parked. But guys, we read that whole thing and none of it says that it was actually open. This first person that comments doesn't really seem sure. She's guessing as to whether it's open or not. But Bryan seems to speak as though it's a fact that it was left open. He doesn't really give this person the real evidence. That lady doesn't say for sure that it's open. He's the only one that says that it was left open because he knows it was left open because he was the one that left it open. This man is dumb. He's literally telling on himself. Now let's look at this one. This says killing order. This person says, do you speculate that then X was target? They're saying, do you expect that then Ethan and Xana was target, or he was eliminating threat first to get to his target, Kylie and Maddie? Let's see what Bryan says, guys. It's the route. I don't know targets. Bryan, stop trying to be incognito. We know it's you. Don't be trying. I know you're trying to be incognito. You know good and well, nobody else in this group, and nobody else have I ever heard of that has ever said, guys, that they thought it was Xana and Maddie who were the two targets. But it's now making sense because Xana and Maddie worked at that Mad Greek restaurant, which has vegan options. And Mr. Bryan probably went there to get some of that vegan food. And he saw those two girls there as waitresses, which is why he became fixated on them and started stalking the heck out of these girls for weeks, following them around until he pounced on these poor girls. And he had a whole sick, psychopathic reaction to women when women rejected him in the past. He did it at the bars. So he wanted to seek revenge on these women. They probably rejected him. He probably tried to give him his number, and it was like, I have a boyfriend. That's what Maddie was saying. And Kylie was like, I have a boyfriend too. Like, I'm not interested. And he was like, oh, no, you did not just reject me for the 100th time. All these women rejected me. I'm tired of the rejections. You are going to be my victims. Poor Ethan and Kylie appear to be just collateral, y'all. Because Bryan is literally telling us in this Reddit who he was targeting, basically. Okay? Now, someone said, Bryan says, speculation. Killer went to Zana, Ethan room, then Maddie, Kylie room. He said it for the 5th time. I think he done said the same thing in this group, trying to correct people because people keep getting it wrong. Again, he has an obsession with correcting people. This person says, what's your reasoning here? And I imagine that it might be more risky for a killer to descend stairs and encounter someone that could have woken up on the way down. Bryan says, investigators' movement in the home. They retraced the killer's path. Started kitchen, then Zana room, then Maddie's room. How does he know all these details, guys? I don't even know all this. Y'all let me know in the chat. I don't remember the authorities ever releasing where they started their investigation. They have been very tight-lipped. So how is it, guys, that Bryan knows the exact movements of the investigators? How is it, guys, that he knows the investigators' movements in the home? Nobody else knew that but him. They never said they started in the kitchen, then to Zana's room, and then to Maddie and Kylie's room. This man is lying. He is just saying this because he started in the kitchen. Bryan started in the kitchen when he came through the sliding glass door, went into the Zana and Ethan's room, then went on up to get Maddie because that's who he wanted, and poor Kylie was in the bed. Allegedly. But because I'm like, how do you know all this stuff the investigators know when we didn't know all this stuff? The investigators wasn't telling us anything. How do you know, Bryan, that the investigators' movements was in their home? He must have been out there spying on the whole investigation. He probably was out in some bushes somewhere looking at the whole investigation, y'all. That's what it sounds like to me. Okay, here's another one from Mr. Six Psychopath here. This person says, have you ever considered sources and backing up your rumors? They're talking about, they're getting really tired of Bryan, y'all. Backing up your rumors or speculation with fact, or is that less fun for you? Right? They're getting tired of Bryan because Bryan's in this group acting like he's Mr. Know-It-All. And he is, because he's the one that killed these people, right? Allegedly. But they don't know that. See, the people in the group, they like, this man is weird. He over here talking like he know everything and we don't know nothing. And then look what Bryan says. I'm 100% confident this is the route the killer took. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Bryan is literally telling everybody in this group, how do you 100% know unless you're the one who did the crime? He said he's 100% certain about the route. How do you know for sure? Everybody else doesn't know, but you know. Yeah, you know, Bryan, because you did it. Look, he said, I'm 100% confident this is the route the killer took. This is literally giving me the chills. The only way he knows that is he literally was the one who did it. He literally is telling on himself in this. Guys, they're going to use this in trial. They're going to use all these in trial. This is going to be a long trial because they're going to have to go through all these exhibits. This person says, yeah, I got that already due to your stating opinion as a fact earlier. Look at this person. Would you like to try backing it up with anything meaningful? See, that's the thing. People can't find this information on mainstream because it's not released to the public. So only the killer would know this information, guys. That's why the authorities left it that way. It makes sense now why the authorities wasn't giving out information, because they wanted this dude to speak. They wanted him to tell on himself like he is right now. These people are like, wait a minute, you talking about this like a fact. Where are you getting this information from? Because none of us can find it. Why do you have all the information? Okay. Yeah, he had all the information because he's the killer. Only the killer would have known. The only people that know what happened in this case is the killer and the authorities, the FBI and the law enforcement. So he is saying, I'm 100% sure that the killer went this route. How do you know that, Bryan? The only way you know that is because you are the killer, dude. You literally are confessing in this group. And this person is catching on. Sony Nugget is smart. Sony Nugget 95 is smart. They said, you stating your opinion as a fact. Okay, but where are you getting this from? Try backing it up. Then Bryan says, don't bite the hand that feeds you. You get nothing. Oh my God. The nerve of Bryan, y'all. The nerve. I'm done. The nerve of him. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. So he's basically saying, you are lucky to even be talking to me because you're literally getting hands-on first exclusive interview from the killer himself is telling you what happened. And you over here biting the hand that feeds you. You should be thanking me. Not everybody else gets this exclusive information. You're literally getting an exclusive interview from the killer. That's what Bryan is telling this person here. Like, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm over here giving you exclusive interview information that nobody knows about except for me, because I'm the one that killed these poor people. Yeah, I did it. And look how he over here trying to be arrogant about it, talking about you get nothing. Wow, guys, the nerve of this sick psychopath. I'm done. Did y'all see that? Moving on. This person says, things I find interesting is that since KG dad or Kylie Konkava's dad has had this footage for weeks, that means he knew HG was an acquaintance. HG was an acquaintance of the girls, not someone following the girls from the bar. He still made the accusation on television. It makes you wonder if Kylie's dad has more information or if he's just speaking out of emotion and just wants someone to blame, and HG is the easiest. Bryan says, speculation. He didn't specify it was HG. He was referring to a person on the cleared list. He never named them. See, he knows every single interview, y'all. He's been stalking these parents, every interview that the parents have done. He's been watching every single one of. He knows more information about this case than any of us know, guys, and anyone in this group. It's like he's the fact finder, and everybody else don't know anything. You know all the statements of the dad too. Then this person says, hey, oh, look at this, guys. Look at this. This is crazy. This is crazy. Look the nerve of Bryan right here, y'all. Somebody says a 2011 white Hyundai Elantra GLS that was purchased earlier this summer in Washington is for sale in Idaho. Bryan says, how much they selling it for? Miles, any issues? Wow. You know what? He was trying to ditch the car, the killer car that he has. He was going to try to ditch that car, and he was going to try to buy this car in replacement and try to put the old license plates on the car because he knows that car is his mom's car. So he can't just, the problem is he can't just, get rid of that murder car because it's not his, it's his mom's. He was using the car. So he thought what he was going to do was he's going to try to buy this car that's for sale in Washington and Idaho. He was going to buy that one and then replace it with the license plate so his mom would never even know that he got rid of that murder car. Bryan is he think he was slick. He talking about how much it is. Wow. He wanted to buy the car. How much they selling it for? Miles, any issues? Wow. He was going to try to ditch that car, y'all. The other one. Killer car that he used, he was going to try to get rid of that one. This person, how will this go down? Will they announce a suspect or will the first we hear be a full-blown arrest? Well, yeah, we know now it was a full-blown arrest. Bryan says, speculation, they'll find the car first. Suspect will be announced and then the manhunt begins. See how he thinks he knows everything? He thought he knew everything, guys. He thought his little criminology studies was going to, and he was watching too much CSI and all that. And he thought the cops were just going to announce, hey, we have this person as our suspect. We found the car. Nope. The authorities moved silent on your butt. They came to your house, broke in your window. Yep, broke that window in and arrested you. He thought they were going to announce that he was the suspect. No, Bryan. Again, wrong. Now I can say you're wrong, Bryan. They'll find the car first. Yeah, they found the car, but they just followed him all the way from Washington to Pennsylvania and just watched him for about 4 days before they actually arrested him. That's why he was so shocked. He said he was so shocked when they came to get him, but he wasn't shocked. He was just shocked in how they did it. He didn't think they were going to arrest him. He thought they were going to give him some notice that he was on their radar, but they didn't do that. This person says, Bryan explores the Idaho killer's possible escape routes. And the person here says, a house full of attractive women stabbed to death reeks of SO behavior, IMHO. The knife may have been a substitute. Bryan says, speculation, reeks of VO behavior, not SO. What is VO behavior, God? Tell me, guys. Oh, violent offender, not... Oh, SCX offender. Okay. Violent offender behavior. Bryan says reeks of violent offender behavior, not SO behavior. See, again, notice how he always tries to correct people whenever people try to implicate him as a SCX offender. He can't stand that. So he wants people to associate him with what he wants to be associated with, which is a violent offender. He wants people to know him as a violent offender, not an SCX offender. He gets so offended when they ever refer to SCX. And then, so look, reeks of violent behavior, not SO behavior. Bryan, just stop. Just stop. This person says, what are the distinguishing features of FO versus SO behavior? Bryan says speculation. He need to stop with this fake. You know you're not speculating, Bryan. You're the one who did it. Stop. Just stop. Okay? This whole speculation stuff, just stop. He says, one is a registered S offender and the other is a violent offender. All I'm saying is that the killer was not a registered SO. I would bet. Oh, guys, he literally told on himself. Nobody sees this right here. He literally told on himself. How does he know that the killer was not a registered SCX offender? How does he know that? At this time, no one knew who the suspect was. So the only way he would know for sure if the killer was not a registered SO offender is if he himself was the killer. And he knows that he himself is not an SO or SCX offender. Guys, he told on himself. Look at this right here. He literally said, all I'm saying is that the killer was not a SO. I would bet all my chips on that. Yeah, I bet you would, because you know for a fact he's not an SO offender because you are the fuck. Dude, sorry, guys. I just got mad. Forgive me. You are the killer. Allegedly. He told on himself. Look at this, guys. He said, all I'm saying is that the killer was not a registered SO. I would bet all my chips on that. How does he know that? No one knew at the time who the suspect was. This was 15 days ago when the officers weren't telling us anything. If all we know, since we didn't know who this person was, he could have been an SO offender. No one knew who he was. But notice that Bryan is the only one that knows for a fact that the killer is not a registered SCX offender. My gosh. Oh my gosh. He literally confessed right here. Wow. If anybody thinks Bryan is innocent at this point, I don't know what to tell you guys. I really don't, because he literally, these Reddit comments are so obvious. This is 15 days ago. He posted this photo of the cops here. Speculation: tire tracks from the killer's car when they fled the scene from behind the house. He has been so stressed out about this case. Oh, let me show you guys the picture. Let me show you the picture, a close-up of that picture there. This is the picture that Bryan put in the group. And then he says, speculation: tire tracks from the killer's car when they fled the scene from behind the house. Tire tracks. He knows that the cops are onto him, right? He's the only one that knows about these tire tracks. Nobody else was that close in detail to the study. We weren't looking that deep into the case now. Come on now. I didn't hear anybody on YouTube talking about tire tracks. People were in there talking. People on YouTube and other groups were talking about Jack DeCur. It said he walked into the woods. Nobody thought about a tire track 15 days ago. Bryan is the only one that seems to know that there was a car involved and that there was a speeding away 15 days ago. Because I don't think the gas station lady came out yet with the surveillance with the car and all that. So Bryan literally is over here giving inside evidence that nobody else has at this time except for the authorities and him. Literally, he's like, I don't know how anybody wasn't able to pick up on this and they didn't tell the authorities about these posts. Because this right here is disturbing. He knows he was speeding from that scene so fast, he knew about the tire tracks. So he's showing them his own tire tracks. That's his tire tracks. Isn't this crazy, y'all? Crazy. This is like, oh my God, it's literally taking me out how disturbing this man is. This person says, actually, those look like brake tracks. Maybe he was speeding to get out of there and slammed the brakes because the road is narrow and he was heading into the brush. And they were questioning it. Look, they're like, are they? And then Bryan says, speculation. Yes. Look at that. He's like, that speculation again is trying to distract people. It's not speculation. Stop, Bryan. Stop. Why don't you just go ahead and tell him you did it by now? Because you literally are giving your whole self away. He's answering the question for the person. So he is basically saying this guy got it right, that he had brake tracks because he almost headed into the brush. He almost crashed the car when he was trying to speed away. Crazy, guys. Crazy. Look at this, guys. Come on. Like, this man is disturbing. We got to keep going to these posts because I know I'm going to miss some if I don't go through all of them because there's too much. This person says, could someone who was angry have hired someone to kill? Look what Bryan says. Inside looking, he says, speculation. This was not the case. How does he know that, guys? You have to keep asking yourself, how does he know it wasn't a hired hit? Again, at this time, many people were throwing out all kinds of theories because nobody knew except for the killer knew and the authorities knew. So how does he know it's not the case? Again, he's telling himself this was not the case. Then they say random thrill kill example. Then Bryan says this was not a thrill kill. He's literally telling you guys. He's telling everybody this was not a thrill kill. No, it wasn't, because this was a targeted kill. He had been stalking for weeks Maddie and Zana, unfortunately, because they unfortunately was working at that Mad Greek restaurant where he was going to and saw them there, allegedly. And the other two people, unfortunately, just happened to be close friends and got caught up. He even knows that Kaylee was the last one that was killed. He even knows that because he did it. And now he's telling everybody that it wasn't a thrill kill. It wasn't a hit. How does he know this? Nobody else in this group seems to have all the story except for him. Guys, look at this, guys. I'm telling you, this is disturbing. Look at this. What person says. General discussion thread. Bryan says, don't see markers marking their footprints. Because you don't mark officers' footprints, Bryan says, I was mistaken by your post. He always thinks he knows everything. So this person posts this right here. They were trying to get evidence here. And this is December 15th. He always got to be the smartest person in the room. Always. Here's Bryan. Don't see markers marking their footprints. Because you don't mark officers' footprints, ... I was mistaken by your post. Yeah, shut up. Like, you always want to know. You always want to be the smartest one. Look at this right here, y'all. So alternatives as to why the Elantra is important. Bryan says, inside looking, this is the killer, allegedly. He says, speculation. Elantra is connected. Wow, guys. And to be honest, even though the authorities said they were looking for an Elantra, a lot of us truly didn't know how connected, if not it was connected, because the authorities even were trying to act as though they weren't even sure. They were like, there was a white car seen speeding off in the area. We don't know if they're connected, but they may have some inside information. We just want to speak to the guy or speak to the person. So how is it, guys, that Bryan puts in full capital letters here? He puts all capital letters that Elantra is connected. Again, you have to ask, how does he know that? How does he know for sure? Everybody else is still trying to figure out why the Elantra is important. Well, a lot of us didn't really know. We were trying to figure out what's the connection. But Bryan, inside looking, here he is again. He always seems to know everything. Elantra is connected. Law enforcement knew and searched for this car since day one. Owner has not come forward. And that's why I told you guys in the other video. Anonymous reports of white car being perped immediately following the homicides. See, this was 16 days ago, where Bryan tends to know all the details that nobody else seems to know. Again, he's giving himself away in the crimes. Disgusting. And notice how he knows that the owner has not come forward. Yeah, because you are the owner, Bryan. You are the owner, Bryan. And you didn't come forward because you're guilty. Notice how he says the Elantra is connected. Law enforcement knew and searched for this car since day one. And how do you know that? Nobody else knew that until they announced it to the authorities. How do you know they were searching for day one? Again, guys, he's giving himself away. Just a theory, but perhaps the killer parked far away to avoid any possible connection. Bryan says, here's Bryan right here, inside looking. He says, speculation. No way. The perp of a quadruple homicide wants a quick getaway. How do you know, Bryan? Again, he's over here giving details that nobody else knows, and he tends to say it as if it's a fact, and nobody else says it as a fact. Nobody tend to figure this guy out. This person says timing of car on home camera footage compared to time of murders. This person says should have started before 2 a.m. The killer could have sat and waited for a while until all the lights went off around 3 a.m. See, that was my theory, guys. Look what Bryan says. The killer says, why waste an hour to see lights go out when you can pull up and lights are already out? Oh, my gosh, guys. He's literally telling us what he did. That he pulled up to the house. He's like, I'm not going to waste my time. I wasn't there sitting around waiting for the lights to go out. I went over there, got me a couple drinks and different stuff. Then when I pulled up, by the time I got there, lights are out. I went through the back. I went to Zana's room and Ethan's room first. Unalived them, then went upstairs, killed Maddie and Kylie. Then I left out the sliding door, leaving the door open. My car was parked in the parking lot. Quick getaway. I sped off and almost hit the brush. Did a quick break to avoid hitting the brush and then sped off, and the gas station caught me. Bam! He literally told us the whole story. We know what happened now, guys. We literally know what happened. We know the targets. We know the motive. He told us everything in this Reddit. Everything. We got all the information before the affidavit came out, basically. Okay? Right here in this Reddit group. This person said, you've also been saying all along that the list of people believed to not be involved. Actually, we're not involved. Pretty sure you're going to be proven right about that too. Yet, for weeks now, you've had to hear, but they were not actually cleared. See, people are starting to catch on. They're starting to think this guy is weird. Then Bryan says, thank you for the acknowledgement. Wow, I still believe that's the case. I guess we will find out eventually. Look how he's saying thank you for the acknowledgement. This man is a psychopath. Like I said, he always has to be right. He needs attention. He needs acknowledgement. Remember that. Look how he says thank you for the acknowledgement. He wants acknowledgement. He wants people to acknowledge him for his intelligence. He wants people to acknowledge him for the crime scene. He wants people to acknowledge him as a violent offender. He doesn't want people to see him as a sex offender. And look how he's like, oh, thank you for the acknowledgement. This is all he wanted. I still believe that's the case. I guess we will find out eventually. But see, this person's already catching on. I think people were suspicious of him. Bryan says here, the killer says, speculation. I said from the beginning, the car pulled up to the house. Yeah, you've said from the beginning, the car pulled up to the house because you were the one that pulled up to the house, Bryan. Allegedly. Allegedly. Then this person says, toxicology findings aren't relevant to the case, says coroner. Bryan says, inside looking, the killer says, speculation because they were attacked with a knife when they were sleeping. And he seems to know that for sure. Now, the coroner says that they may have been sleeping, but he knows that because he came into the house when they were sleeping because he did it, allegedly. Inside looking says they were at a Sigma Chi. This person says, at first, law enforcement said they were definitely there. 8/9/9/14 was unclear. Now, update just says frat in home at 1:45. Yeah, frat in home. That's it. How do you know for sure, dude? How do you know for sure? Like you just know matter of fact. Nobody else knows matter of fact. We're just getting information from the media. You know for a fact that's what happened. Again, the white car is the killer. Here's why. And then a person says, there were earlier photos of that window with the table being clear. Not sure if what was on the window was always there or potentially moved out afterwards. I'm not much help. I wouldn't know where to find that picture. There was a thread on it yonks ago. This is what Bryan posts 17 days ago. See how he's been in this thing for a whole month. He's been following this. He posts this. He said, you can see the plant. He posts this photo here. Let me see if I can make it larger. This is from Bryan. He says, you can see the plant. It's like, how is he able to know all these details that everybody else doesn't see? And then Bryan posts this. You can see the plant. I don't know what the significance is of the plant that Bryan's trying to get us to know about, but clearly Bryan is fixated on a plant or something. Anything he's fixated on, I want to know because he's trying to give us some details of what happened. Okay. Another post here says, did they also cook in the kitchen and use the bathrooms? The police don't ever do that. If they decide to secure the slider, they would have used something brand new, not connected to the crime scene. Bryan says, yeah, the downstairs bathroom was used for taking dumps. How does he know this, guys? That's not how the police work at a crime scene. And then Bryan says, I couldn't help the urge to say that. Oh my God, this man is weird. Look at Bryan says he entered the sliding door. He doesn't say, in my opinion, this was 18 days ago. He doesn't say, in my opinion, or I think he did, I suspect. No, he says it as if it is a fact. He's literally giving himself away. This person says there were 2 metal chairs in the slider for the safety reason. There was also a window screen on the ground below the window in the kitchen. The killer, Bryan, inside looking, says, outside slider handle was taken for evidence. How does he know this, guys? Window screen was next to the bedroom window, not kitchen window. Window entry was also appeared undisturbed. How does he know all these details, y'all? He's telling us more details than the whole authorities have ever told us. He knows what evidence was taken out of the house, all that. The authorities didn't release that to the public. So he obviously has been watching this crime scene very, very closely. And he even knows that the window screen was next to the bedroom window, not the kitchen window. Window entry was also appeared undisturbed. Yeah, you know that because you were there. This girl says, if you look at the inside of this home through the realtor site, you will see that there's a sliding glass door and there's a window on each side. There's one over the sink, and then there's one to the left of the slider. In one of the crime scene photos, you can see what appears to be a plant to the left of the kitchen sink that has, oh my God, what did I just do? That has, where is this at? In the crime scene photos, you can see what appears to be a plant to the left of the kitchen sink that had been tipped over. There are dirt all over the counter. He's all, which window are you saying then? The window or the dining area? He's trying to find out what they know. There is a crime scene photo showing investigators' work of the window to right outside view. From inside, it would be to the left of the slider or of the slider. There's a small dining table there, right there. So they're trying to say that the person got in through the window, basically. And Bryan's saying, okay, because that's not where the plant is tipped over. There are 2 different windows. There are items in front of that dining window that appeared untouched. How does he know that? He's saying so many details as if he was there, guys. This person said, it's the window where the kitchen sink is, where the plant, he's really, like, Bryan is getting really deep into this while everybody else is, like, just trying to figure it out. He's so invested. That's what the killers do. They get so invested in this, and they want to know what all the authorities know if they caught on to him. He was stressed out, y'all, these last few weeks, trying to figure out if they determined it was him yet. The window faces the area where the blood was on the foundation. Look what Bryan says. Yes, I know this. Wow. I know this? You're literally telling on your... What a psychopath, guys. I'm confused as to why you think they went through the window on the dining area. There are items there that wouldn't be like that if someone went through. Wow, he knows so sure. Look, he's been stalking them. Look, he even has a photo of it, guys. He even has a photo. This is what Bryan posted. I wonder when he took this picture. This is a picture he took. He'd been stalking this house. He gave them a picture of the Idaho 4 people's window. Oh my God, what a creep. This is evidence of him stalking these people. Wow. This person says, because there were chairs in the door being used for security, you won't be able to open the door. So there are 2 windows right there for anyone to come in. I have no idea where they came into the home. For all I know, the murder would have been invited over. I'm just giving you a guess. And then Bryan, the insider looking, remember this is his account allegedly, which is linked to his email account. And notice how he created this account only a month ago to use this as a kind of like cover up who he was, to go in incognito and try to pretend like he wasn't Bryan, basically what he really is. Bryan says the stools were added after Leo arrived. Wow. How do you know the stools were added after they arrived? Again, he knows so much information that nobody else knows about. Chief Inspector says the coroner is a political position. The medical examiner makes the calls on wounds. Kaylee's father said Ethan and Donna put up hell of a fight. Look what Bryan says to the response to this, guys. I'm curious what Bryan has to say, guys. What does Bryan have to say in response to this? This is true about coroner and medical examiner. Do you have a link for Kylie's dad stating this? Maybe I missed it. I thought it was only Zana that confirmed to have defensive wounds. Don't. He try to act like he don't know. You know. So you're basically saying, Bryan, that Zana was the only one that put up the fight because Ethan was basically asleep when you started stabbing him then, right? Is that what you're saying, Bryan? Allegedly. Is that what you're saying, Bryan? Because he sounds real guilty to me with all these posts he's making. Chief Inspector 69 says, might work except for the parents saying Ethan and Zana put up hell of a fight. Bryan, inside looking, says 17 days ago, it was only Zana that had defensive wounds from what was released. Unless you could provide me a source that said both of them. See, why he over here trying to interrogate these people in the group like he is above them, like he's better than all of them. And he thinks so because he knows the inside information. So what he's basically telling us, guys, is that Ethan didn't put up a fight. He knows that because he was there. He did the stabbings. I don't think Ethan put up a fight because I don't think Ethan stand a chance. I think Ethan was asleep. When he was stabbed, he was asleep. So by the time he even knew what was going on, he was already dead, basically. So while allegedly Bryan was stabbing up Ethan, I think Zana woke up during the attack. And that's how she was able to put up a fight, because she woke up because she saw him being attacked. That's what I think, in my opinion. Now, look at this comment here that Bryan was talking about over here. Somebody said December 15th, white 2011, 2013 Hyundai Elantra update with Captain Roger Lanier. Bryan says he's making a list. He's checking it twice. He's trying to find out who's naughty or nice. Santa. Okay, no, stop. No, he says he's making a list. 17 days ago, he put making a list. Like he knows for sure. This guy is just absolutely annoying. If I was in this group, I would be so annoyed by him. I would be like, who is this dude? Something's up with this guy. He's suspicious. Mother of slain Idaho student speaks out in emotional interview. Bryan says 17 days ago, so they're upset law enforcement isn't sharing enough with them, but also upset coroner shared too much with them. The nerve of him. He literally unalived this man's kid, and he has the nerve to scrutinize the parents. Are you serious? How dare he? How dare Bryan try to scrutinize the parents being upset? They can be upset for whatever they want to be upset for. You unalived their kid, allegedly. That's what the authorities are saying. So how do you have the audacity to come in this group and try to scrutinize what the parents are upset about? Can you believe this man? Wow. I'm done. I'm done. And this person says, let's talk about the knife. Rare Entertainment says maybe it is, or maybe it belongs to one of the other 50 people who probably walked their day/week. Insider Looking, which is alleged to be Bryan Kohberger, says, prove to me it's not the shoe print. See, look how detailed he is about the evidence, guys. He wants to know details about the shoe prints, what prints the officers have. I didn't get that deep into it. You guys let me know if you got that deep into the evidence. He seems like he really wants to know every single small detail that the officers know, because he is trying to escape being found out, and he wants to know if they figured him out yet. And this person says, look how long he's been in this group, guys. This is 17 days ago. This man has been almost in this group every day commenting. He doesn't have anything else to do but to talk about this case. He's literally obsessed with the case because he's trying to see if they figured him out yet. This person says they mark anything that could be relevant and then analyze it, but it could turn out be Ethan's, for example, or the pizza delivery guy from the night before. You are wild speculating. Then Inside Looking, Bryan says they don't do that. How do you know that? How do you know, Bryan? See, he's trying to talk above these people because, number one, he's allegedly the guy who did it. Number two, he's trying to use his criminology degree in here in the group to try to outsmart everybody else because he thinks he knows so sure, guys, exactly what the authorities do. He thinks he knows every little detail, nook and cranny of what the authorities do. Person says marked, but that could be anyone's shoe print through recent visitors from recent visitors. Bryan says, so they just mark random things? Being so rude. This person says, yes, because they don't know what is relevant and what is not. They mark a lot of things and gather lots of potential evidence just in case. Bryan says, I disagree. That shoe print is the killer's track. Wow. How do you know that, Bryan? So is that your shoe print? Is that your shoe print? This man is so obsessed with criminology and crime and all this stuff that he literally goes, he commits a mass murder, kills these 4 people. Then he goes and uses this as a study experiment to now study the crime scene, study all the evidence the officers have, all the stuff that he does in school, guys. He's now doing it for his own case. Isn't this crazy? For his own case. He's literally having all this evidence. Then Bryan says, killer didn't use shoe covers. There's a marked shoe print outside the house. How does he, look at how detailed he is, guys, about the shoe prints and stuff. I have not seen in any groups how detailed. He's the only one really honing in on this. And how does he know the killer didn't use shoe covers? He knows that because he was the one who did it. And he knows he didn't use shoe covers. Because how does he say this with so much fact? The killer didn't use shoe covers. How do you know? How do you know, Inside Looking? Then this person says, how do you have access to that information? The first sentence of yours. Bam! See, this is somebody was catching on to him. People were asking, how do you have access to this information? Because none of us do. Nobody seems to have this information. How do you know? Yep, people in that group started to get suspicious of Bryan. How do you have access? Look what Bryan does. Bryan puts in capital letters, I'm speculating. No, you're not, Bryan. No, you're not. You're trying to claim that you're speculating. I don't have any inside information. There's photos online of marked shoe prints outside the home. Whatever, Bryan, you're literally giving yourself away. You think you're smarter than everyone else when you're really just telling on yourself with all these posts. This man is so dumb. He doesn't even realize that he's literally giving himself away. Wow. Then this woman says, then you state your comments as though you are speculating. You stated this with confidence. See, look at her. She's also catching on to him. She's like, you're stating this with so much certainty. How do you know all this stuff that we don't know? Then Bryan says, this is the inside looking, his account here, allegedly. He said, I made my statement and provided a source. Then he gives this picture all over again. Pattern that creates a circle. See, that's what I'm saying. He's using his class, these classes, you know, all those classes he took and the classes he took with that expert woman and all that. He's using that to now apply it to his own criminal investigation. Bryan is psychotic, guys. He is psychotic. I don't think I've ever seen a killer this psychotic in my life. I don't think I have. I've seen a lot of crazy killers out there, but never have I ever seen one who was a criminologist or criminal student who's studying to get a PhD, who goes out, unalives a bunch of people, and then turns around and applies all the theories and stuff he learned in school to his own criminal investigation, y'all. His own investigation. I'm done. This person says, you're right. Post a selfie and I don't believe it. Bryan says, I don't distribute my personal information. Yeah, I bet you don't, Bryan, because you try not to disclose yourself. This person says, nice try, Moscow murderer. Reddit caught you red-handed. Oh. They caught him. This was 18 days ago. 18 days ago, they caught him. They said, nice try, Moscow murder. Reddit caught you red-handed. They caught him. They said you did it. Then Bryan says, I'm not the Moscow murder. I've already been tipped weeks ago. No connection. Oh, don't try to deny it. You are. That's what the murderer would say. That's what they said. Okay, if you truly believe that, tip me in. This man was the killer. Look, they caught him. They caught him. Oh my gosh. I need to screenshot this. They said, nice try, Moscow murderer. I'm about to screenshot this. This is crazy. Nice try, Moscow murderer. Caught you red-handed. I'm not, and then he tries to claim. And then he tries to claim he's not. Bryan says, I'm not the Moscow murderer. I've already been tipped weeks ago. No connection. Why are you trying to deny it now, Ryan, huh? You got caught. They caught you 18 days ago. And then this person says, that's what the murderer would say. See, they already figured him out. They knew he did it. And the inside looking 18 days ago says, okay, if you truly believe that, tip me in. They should have, if they already caught him in this group, I don't know why they did not report this guy. They should have reported him. That was 18 days ago. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, let's go into all these. These have some good stuff in here. What did I miss? He's making a oops. I just missed some stuff, guys. No, the killer did it in a discreet fashion. Wow, he's trying to compliment himself. This man is so disturbing. So here this person says, maybe it is, or maybe it belongs to one of the other 50 people who probably walk there day and day night. Prove to me that it's not a shoe print. The killer, oh, look, this person said, did the killer want to be known? And then look what Bryan says. No, the killer did it in a discreet fashion. How do you know this, Bryan? How do you know this? Look what he's saying. No. See, Bryan already knew what he did, so he said the killer did it in a discreet fashion. Okay. Nobody else seems to know that. Ethan Fraternity Gift Statement says, don't you think any of them had anything to do with it? If there was a fight like some have speculated, I think we would know for sure by now. Then Inside Looking, the killer says, exactly what I've been saying. Bam, guys, exactly what I've been saying. Then this person says, well, I guess I should better rephrase that. You seem to have strong confidence in your quote unquote speculations. Then Bryan says, look what Bryan says. I keep my speculations short. The pictures of neighbors' home indicate it would make sense for their camera to be pointed at their driveway with 4+ cars than the street. Dwellers want to protect their property. See, everybody was starting to catch on to him in the group. They're like, this man over here seems so confident about his speculations. We're all over here not sure, trying to figure out what's going on. And yet he has all the information that none of us seem to have. Then they say, do you think the killer been interviewed by the police or media yet? Vic, look what he says. I think it's both yes and no. And then this person says, what do you mean, multiple people? And then he says, I was joking. Oh my God, like he's so sick. You were joking? You think this is a game? Like he's enjoying all these people spinning their wheels trying to figure him out, basically, because he's the one that did it. They're trying to figure him out. And this person says, exactly. The theory speculating that the killer might not have known about the first floor are ludicrous. The front door is literally the first floor. There's absolutely no way he didn't know. He knew and avoided the floor intentionally. Look what Bryan says, guys, 18 days ago. He says, thank you. I could see if it was a basement that there was underground, but it's not. It's obviously a 3-story, and the one road in means you have to pass the front. Criminals may act irrational, but they're not that stupid. Oh my gosh. He's literally admitting to you that he acted irrational, but he's not that stupid. See, because he has been studying criminals his whole life. He was studying it all throughout college. When he graduated, got the degree, got the master's. Now he's getting his PhD. So he knows exactly how the criminal mind works. He's been studying forensic psychology, all that. So look at him saying right here. He's basically telling us, guys, that he avoided that first floor on purpose. This was posted December 13th. He basically saying that he didn't intend to kill those 2 girls, that he was intending to kill Zana and Maddie, who worked at the Mad Greek, where he probably more than likely found these girls, met these girls, encountered these girls. Then on 19 days ago, Bryan puts this map here in the group, and he says, so you're saying they never once saw the front or side of the home? Instead, they randomly attacked a home from the back side? Wow. You can just tell, guys, by looking at these comments that this dude, Bryan, did it. It's obvious to me. I don't know what to tell you, but it looks obvious to me. This person says, after looking at the 360 layout of the house, I wonder if the killer even knew the first floor bedrooms were there. Looking from the second floor, I think the steps just went to the front door. That's it. Guys, look what the killer says. Inside Looking says, yes, the killer knew. Oh my God. He says, how do you not notice it's 3 levels? Oh my gosh, guys. He's literally telling everybody that he knew about the first floor. He knew about the other 2 girls in there, but he intentionally didn't kill them. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. That just gave me the chills when he put this right here. Yes, the killer knew. He doesn't even, yes, the killer knew, period. Like he knows this for a fact. He doesn't say, in my opinion, or I'm speculating, blah, 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 the other fake stuff he's been putting on all these other ones. Because But mind you, the posts I showed you earlier, guys, in the live, those were posts that were posted later down the line when people started figuring him out. Like, because during the beginning weeks that we're looking at right now, he was just speaking very factually. He wasn't using it, in my opinion. He wasn't saying speculation. So that's how that they figured out that he was the killer in the group. They even mentioned it. We just talked about that. Right? So in the beginning, he was so dumb that he just kept saying stuff like a fact, saying, yes, the killer knew. How do you not notice his 3 levels? Like he posts a photo here of the house. He been stalking this house. He just intentionally didn't kill those people on the first floor because they weren't in his way. He was trying to get to Zana and Maddie, allegedly. That's what he told us. Then he says, well, they did stop. That's a fact. How does he know they did stop? That's a fact. How does he know? This man is a sociopath, guys, a sociopath. Then this person says, joke's on you. Your comment history is extremely creepy, but there seems to be plenty of footage of that white Elantra. If it's you, like I suspect it might be, hopefully your time is numbered. Guys, people in this group figured out it was Bryan. They busted him out. It's so obvious, guys. The post that we have went over the last few hours, it's very obvious that it's him, right? He says, I've already been tipped weeks ago. I am not the killer. Anyways, I say this because footage of the killer or a description would be released if law enforcement had it. It's what they did recently for the car. But look what this person says. Your comment history is extremely creepy. It is, but there seems to be plenty of footage of that white Elantra. So if that's you, like I suspect it might be, hopefully your time is numbered. I wish the people in this group had reported Bryan. Because the authorities would have already figured this out a long time ago. They would have already started looking him up if they would have saw this thread here. Because all they would have to do is pull up his email and his IP address and start following this dude. Because this guy was posting this 18 days ago and people already figured it was him already. They said, what do you think about the importance of the Elantra? He says, all of them. Very creepy guy, right? Very creepy. Person says, white car and gas station footage is not an Elantra. Inside looking, which is Bryan, the killer, says, person in vehicle is wearing a hoodie with the hood up. How does he know that? Again, guys, how does he know that? How does he know the guy in the car had a hoodie with the hood up? I don't remember that information being released, but y'all let me know in the chat if I missed that information from the news reports. But he says it like it's a fact again. Surveillance videos, why not request it sooner? Look what Bryan says. Inside Looker, the killer says, detectives can be lousy. He's sitting here being entertained by this whole thing. He's entertained by watching the authorities spin their wheels looking for him. Wow, this is disturbing, y'all. Disturbing. New lead on car. Inside looking. Look at him pointing out here, pointing to the person. He's saying like, that is the car, basically. New lead on car. Article linked. He's basically saying, look, that's it. That's it. They got it. They got it. The white Elantra, it's me. He's been sitting here getting entertained, waiting for how long the authorities were going to take to find it was him. So sick. Then this person says, what do you think happened? Then Bryan says, this is the killer. He says, you want short or long answer? Then this person says, give me the short and I'll see if I have any more questions to follow up. This is what Bryan says. Look what the killer says. So Bryan's going to tell us, guys, exactly what he did in this murder. Let's read up and see what he did. He says, killer drove to the residence entered sliding door at approximately 3:20 a.m. How the heck does he know the exact time frame, guys? 3:20 a.m. The authorities said between 3 and 4 a.m. in the morning is when the killer came. He knows for a fact the killer came at 3:20 a.m. Again, it's the psychosis for me. Then he says, stabbed victims in their beds, left through sliding door at approximately 3:35 a.m. and headed east on Highway 8. What? How the heck does he know that, guys? He even knows the highway where he left off from. And he gives us that he's basically telling us it took 15 minutes for him to commit the murders. He literally told us what happened, guys. We have the exact details, allegedly, right here. You guys are hearing it. 3 hours and 20 minutes into this live, Bryan Kohberger, who is in disguise as being inside looking on Reddit, allegedly, and we know this because this inside looking account is linked to his email address. He is telling us exactly how he committed this crime. He is telling us the killer drove to the residence in that white Hyundai Elantra. He entered the sliding door at approximately 3:20 a.m. How does he have those numbers so exact, guys? Never have anyone else known those numbers. We only know between 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning. He's over here telling us that he came to that house at 3:20 a.m. He stabbed the victims in their beds. So he knew they were asleep. He's telling us. Then he left through the sliding doors at approximately 3:35. So he's telling us it took him 15 minutes to kill those 4 people. And he headed east on Highway 8. Isn't that crazy? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm done. I am so creeped out right now. I don't know what to tell you. This man is creepy. Look what he says here. He says, not frat guys. He's basically telling you it's not frat guys that committed the murder. How does he know that? Because he's not in a fraternity. Yeah. Bryan's not in a fraternity, so he knows it wasn't the fraternity guys who did this. Now this person says, what police need to do to put out a statement of facts that would not harm the prosecution of the crime? This would help stop wild speculation. He says they have. Yeah, he knows everything. He seems to have the answer to everything of this crime. Every single thing he knows. Then he says the fraternity is not covering up a quadruple homicide. Then this person says, you don't know that. Literally anything is possible. Then Bryan, the killer, allegedly says a meteor hitting and destroying the earth is possible, but it doesn't happen. Use common sense. It's a huge fight happened at a fraternity. If a huge fight happened at a fraternity that resulted in the murders, people are not going to be silent about that. Wow. Okay. He just acts like he knows it all. Yeah, he does know it all because he did it allegedly. Then Bryan, the killer, says, no arrest before Christmas. This case goes cold, in my opinion. Guys, you guys, Bryan is over here thinking that case was going to go cold. He thought that he was going to get away with this murder. He thought that he was going to get away. That's why he told his attorney that he was shocked when he was ultimately arrested. Yep. He was shocked. He was shocked because he thought this case was going to go cold, that they weren't going to figure it out, that it was him. Wow. Wow. No arrest before Christmas. This case goes cold. Wow. He wanted it to go cold. He wanted to get away with this murder. And so he can go and do another one. If he had got away with this, guys, he would have did it again. Yep, he would have done it again. This person says, will be a long time before the case goes cold. They can barely handle the amount of tips they are getting in. Then Bryan, the killer, allegedly says, that's because TikTokers and Redditors are sending in bogus tips, which is what he loves because he wants it to go cold. He wants this case to go cold, but the authorities figured him out. He thought he did the best crime or something. He really thought he was going to get away with it. This person says, yeah, it's pretty crazy theory. I would say just keep in mind this is off 4chan and there's really no way to know its validity. It has been tipped off to the police already, so they're looking into it. This is the investigation update about, and then Bryan says it's fake. Okay, how do you know? This person says, are you from there? Like, how do you know this? Then Bryan, the killer, says, too many people to remain silent. 4chan is not a reliable source. How do you know this stuff? That's what I'm saying. He is the only person I've ever seen in any groups that was so matter of fact, so confident, knows every single detail, y'all. Then Bryan, the killer, says, no. I don't know what he's saying no to here, guys. And then they say, oh, you again. Oh, you again. They're getting tired of him. 20 days he's been in this group, guys. 20 days. Then they say 4chan rumor that Sigma Chi frat bros involved. He says this is all fake. How do you know, Bryan? See, he knows for sure there is no fraternity involved because he's the one that committed the murder. So certain of every single thing he says. He never says allegedly, in my opinion, or something like that. He says the in my opinion, but he uses that to try to fool everybody, basically. This says, this is why I feel like he thought there was no one downstairs. 4 cars equals 4 people. This is what Bryan the killer says. Probably didn't look like it had good lighting down there. Wow. Oh, you knew that because you were there, Bryan. You knew that. They say, please, people, stop reaching like Murphy the dog is irrelevant. While strictly speaking, nobody needs to know about the dog. They're saying just like we don't need to know anything because we're not involved in the case. Questions about him are legitimately related to understand the circumstances in the house. I don't really want to read all this, guys, but look at what Bryan says. Bryan says, dog is irrelevant. Wow, his posts are so creepy, man. They're so creepy. I don't know what to tell you. And then this person says, here you go again. And then Bryan says, he just never stops because he's so arrogant. Bryan is so arrogant. He has to be the one to say everything. And that's why he got caught. Dumb killer. He's so dumb. He thought he was so smart. See, had to be the smartest person in the group. And this is end up getting him caught up. Inside Looking, or AKA the killer, AKA Bryan Kohberger, says, law enforcement said the dog is not a part of the investigation. Oh, whatever, Bryan. You know way too much. Way too much. Inside Looking, AKA Bryan Kohberger, AKA the killer, says, yeah, it would have taken someone unfamiliar with the area 8 hours to get out of that labyrinth. How does he know all this? It's just like people were so creeped out about this guy, like they were really getting worried about him. They say, wonder how they know the car was there. Ring doorbell, eyewitness, interesting development. Inside Looking, AKA Bryan Kohberger, shows this map here. He got a whole map, the city of Moscow. He says, they section off a part of the town, collected information, found an outlier. How does, like you see how he's literally using his studies? He's using his criminal studies and his analysis. He's using all of that to now apply it to his own criminal investigation here. He got maps. He got all kinds of stuff he laying out for these people. Then this person says, less than 1% of the population is incarcerated. 14% of those are prisoners. So being generous, 7% of prisoners, which make up the blah, 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 blah. people are capable of murdering gruesomely like this. That's 0.42 of people. Look what Bryan says, y'all. Look what Bryan says. The alleged killer says, Inside Looking, this is his account, allegedly. He says, everyone is capable of murder. Being convicted of murder is a separate thing. Wow. See, this sounds like a person who has a lot of knowledge and has been have in-depth studies in criminal studies. And who is that? That's Bryan Kohberger. Yes. Bryan Kohberger is very in-depth in studies. He has literally studied forensic psychology in the mind of a criminal. He did that whole survey on Reddit where he was asking different people about different crimes and stuff like that. So look how he knows for sure that everyone is capable of murder. Being convicted of murder is a separate thing. Y'all. He's trying to tell you that all his studies is telling you everyone. And this person says, well, I think statistically speaking, very few people even commit a murder. And he says, look into history. Yeah, he's trying to act. He's saying all this because he's been studying it. He's obsessed with all this stuff. He's obsessed. This is 21 days ago, guys. He has been studying. He has been just as adept as studies as we have been doing on this case. He has been studying it that long. He's been in this group, writing in this group like every single day. 21 days ago, y'all. Dang. He says, tomorrow's update, same information as yesterday. So arrogant. Look how arrogant he is. He's getting so arrogant because they haven't figured him out yet. He's like, oh. And look at this. He says, half of all murders go unsolved. The nerve of him. The nerve of him. He thinks that this case was, he thought that they were going to not figure him out. He thought he was going to get away with it. Now it makes sense to me why in the TMZ article that we read, the attorney said that he was shocked when he was arrested because he didn't see it coming. He thought that they weren't going to figure him out. And he's over here saying they go unsolved. Look at this part. They said, let's talk about after the murders. Look what he says. Rush of adrenaline, very excited. And guys, this lines up with the information we have in the articles about Bryan's behavior after the crime. Students in his class said that when he came back to class, he was very excited. He was very animated. He was talkative in class more than he ever has been before. But he literally is confessing and telling us how he felt after he committed the murders. After Bryan committed the murders, he is saying that he allegedly felt a rush of adrenaline and he was very excited. Oh my gosh. Do you see this, guys? Rush of adrenaline, very excited. This was 21 days ago. He loved the feeling after he killed them. This man is a sick man. He is sick. We literally are looking at the mind of Bryan right now and how he felt. And after he killed these people, a rush of adrenaline, very excited. Are you serious? Who says that? He doesn't feel any remorse whatsoever for what he did to these people. Oh my gosh. This is sick, guys. Oh, sorry, that took me back real quick. Oh my God. Okay, December 10th, the weekend of December 10th, somebody says, do you think law enforcement should release any footage that they should have a suspect? Assuming they do have footage, personally, I think they should. They waited 2 years in the Delphi case to release footage, and that was just way too late. Things are still fresh in people's mind, and it could have someone remember something. He said if they did, they would. So what he's saying is they don't have any footage. Again, the arrogance of Bryan, he's so arrogant. He really, really thought in his mind this case was going to go cold. Look at this, guys. House construction methods. People, and then Bryan says here, the killer, he says, people have been shot in homes and roommates didn't wake up. So he's trying to say the roommates didn't wake up. He's taking up for the people that were in the house, the two that were left alive, because he knows they didn't wake up because he was there, guys. He was there. Somebody said some hope in their theory. They were over here talking about DNA evidence. And look what Bryan said. DNA is pretty sensitive. See what he's going to do in this case? He is going to challenge the DNA evidence that the prosecutors have. He knows this because he's been studying this for years. So he is going to challenge the DNA evidence that the authorities have in this case. And that is going to be the route that he's going to take in his defense. That is what he's going to do. Look at him saying DNA is pretty sensitive. He know what they're going to do. This case, you guys, we are seeing one of history's most psychopath, sick men out here that we've seen in a long time. In a long time, guys. Who does this? I know killers, like, they look up the case, but you join one of the Moscow murder groups and you sit in here for 21 days or longer, 22 days, and you are sitting here trying to scope out all the information and act like you know every detail because you were there, basically, and you were. So this says Moscow's camera, there's a lot. And then Bryan, the killer, says, apparently not enough to catch a killer. Wow. And then this person says, how do you know that? They asking him, how do you know all this, Bryan? And then Bryan says, it has a hilt and the murders were sleeping. It has a hilt and the victims were sleeping. And he's saying it without a shadow of the doubt. The coroner, when she said the victims were sleeping, she just said it appeared as though they were sleeping. She didn't know for sure. But when he says it like it's a fact. He never says, oh, I think, I'm guessing, but he's saying it was a hilt and the victims were sleeping. He knows they were sleeping because he was there. Then it says at least one had subversive wounds. Zana's dad mentioned she did. There's many scenarios where the offender could have ended up with injuries. Look what he says. I doubt it. I doubt it. So he's telling us, guys, that he doesn't have injuries. And if he planned this as well as he did, and given his criminology background, guys, he may not have injuries. His knife may not have slipped. Yeah. Yeah. He's telling us he doubts it. If he doesn't have injuries, guys, man, this was a precise killing. And now I'm trying to figure out where they get the DNA from, though. I'm thinking, did Zana scratch him, man? Because he's claiming he doesn't have injuries here. He says, I doubt it. This is scary right here, guys. He's saying he doubts it. That, I don't know. I'm waiting for what the evidence has, because if she put up a fight, don't you think she would scratch him or something? I don't know. But this man, the more I read his comments, guys, his comments are sick. This person says, also someone pointed out that the cops involved themselves are not using the words they've been cleared. They're saying we do not believe they're involved. There's a difference. Look what he says. They are cleared. They are cleared. Everybody else is not sure, but he knows for sure they're cleared because he knows he knows they didn't do it, right? This person says a couple of random ideas. The offender may have ended up with a significant injury, hand slid past the hilt of the knife and slashed them, or injuries from a victim fighting back. So they could rule out people fairly fast if they didn't have any matching injuries. Look what Bryan says. The alleged murderer says, perpetrator didn't incur an injury. Guys, these posts are disturbing. I don't know what to tell you, but these posts are absolutely disturbing. He is saying it like it's a fact. He's saying the perpetrator did not have an injury. How does he know that? Only the killer would know that. He's literally giving himself away right here. How does he know that? The killer knows this, guys. He doesn't even say, in my opinion, or I think. He says perpetrator did not incur any injuries. How do you know? Because he is the killer. Look what he says. This person says they might be clearing people so fast for a reason. Then look what the killer says. Bryan, the killer, says they probably don't have the DNA. No person of interest. I was thinking, guys, that they had, injuries at least because of the knife. It would have slipped. How did he not get any injuries? He's claiming he didn't get injuries. Oh my gosh, guys, this is crazy. Crazy. This person says, another trick I learned, sleep with your car keys next to your bed. If you need to, then you can quickly hit your alarm button and hopefully scare off the attacker and alert your neighbors. Look what Bryan the killer says, or just get a gun. How do you unalive someone and then you turn around and tell the victim to get a gun? I'm done. I'm done. Then this is here. This person says, let's discuss law enforcement asking for more information regarding the white vehicle. Bryan, inside looking, or the killer, aka the killer, says they haven't tracked it down yet. Bolo was issued late. Also, no license plate. No license plate number. Maybe they don't know. See, he really is thinking he was going to get away with this, guys. He was so cocky. He was so cocky. This person says, cops were waiting for Thanksgiving to have some space to finish their case. Now they are waiting for lab results, watching the memorials for final evidence to add, but they already know who and where they are. I figured they will do the perp walk of shame for the kids during finals week. Then it's happy holidays for every special guest. He said, did they get the guy? Oh, you see, he want to know if they figured him out, guys. He know they didn't get him. He's scared right now. He's stressed out. Look at this. These are so disturbing, guys. It's so disturbing. Idaho police warn criminal charges. Web sleuths engage harassing and amid misinformation. Then Bryan the killer says, especially when they were publicly cleared. See, he keeps emphasizing it because he knows they didn't do it, because he did it. This person says, where was Ethan found? Look what Bryan says with a matter of fact. He says, in bed. In bed. How do you know this for a fact? This is so disturbing, guys. Like, he is literally telling everybody factual information that nobody has the information to except for the authorities and the killer. This person says, I thought so too, but looking again, I think they just dusted the handle. Bryan, the killer, says, outside handle taken off for DNA. Inside handle, not. Perp open door and never shut it. See how he keeps being consistent with the facts. He said this before. So he knows the outside handle was taken off for evidence. He knows that stuff we don't know. Inside handle, not. Perp never shut the door. See, guys, Bryan never shut that door because he didn't want to leave his DNA on the inside of that handle by shutting the door. So he left the door open when he left. And he's literally telling everybody what he did. Look how detailed information he's giving to everybody in this group of this crime. They said, is it just me, or is the center part missing where the locking mechanism should be? Inside looking says, outside handle taken for DNA evidence. Inside handle not. Perp open door and never closed it. He says it again. He knows for sure because he did it. This is so disturbing. My gosh. This person says, what is that? The killer, aka Bryan, says, that's the sliding door. Look real close. He knows for sure. He's literally so smart, Alec, in this group, because he wants to be the smartest one in there. And he is, because he is the one that did the murder, allegedly. This person says approximately timestamps for the 2 photos. Inside looking here, he's giving us more photos, y'all. How does he have all this stuff? How does he have all these photos? He's literally inside the bushes taking these pictures. This is only something that a stalker would do. He went back to the crime scene, guys. The killer did, Bryan. And he was in the bushes over here taking pictures of the law enforcement who are pulling out all this evidence. Isn't that disturbing that he was literally there taking these photos and then he's putting it in the group? He said, I don't have timestamps, but here is the full picture. Oh, yeah, sure, Bryan. And then here's another picture right here. I don't have timestamps, but here is the full picture. Another one that he posts. He's the only one that seems to have all these up close and personal pictures, you guys. Yeah, you don't have timestamps, Bryan, because you were over there. You went back to the crime scene and you started taking photos. This is all the pictures that Bryan supplied this group, allegedly. Look at him. He's taking close shot photos of the evidence that the law enforcement is gathering in the case. So that's why he knows very intricate details of all the pieces of evidence that the officers are gathering, because he's at the crime scene. He went over there. What an idiot. He drove his little car over there, was sitting there posted out somewhere. Probably even rented a car too. I don't think he brought his Elantra. Probably rented a car, went over there, sat in a bushes somewhere, taking close shot pictures of the crime scene while they're over there getting pictures. This is sick. And he's the only one that seems to be supplying all these pictures, y'all. Look at this. Look at this. This looks like somebody who was in the bushes taking pictures, doesn't it? Disturbing. Disturbing. Another picture right here. This is from Bryan that he supplied in the group. Wow. Wow. I'm shocked. Somebody asked body cam footage. Then Bryan the killer says, allegedly, the murders happened after this. See, he knows everything so matter of fact. This says, we don't know that for sure. This person says, we don't know that for sure. The time window is 3 to 5 a.m. Look what Bryan says. He says, definitely wasn't murdering when they just cut off the lights. Wow. How does he know, guys, that they just cut off the lights? How does he know that? He knows way too many detailed information because he was there. It says, anyone else think it's the ex? Now look at this, guys. Look at this. Let's hear what he has to say. They said, not sure, but it seems partly factual, partly strategic. The perp is on the list. Look what Bryan the killer says. The perp is not on the list. LOL. Are you the perp? LOL. And then Bryan says, no. LOL. See, people, I told you this is about the 3rd or 4th time people in this group started suspecting that he was the perp. Because he's so obvious. He's literally giving them details and facts and evidence and photos and things that nobody else in the public seems to have, but he seems to have all the information for them. This person says, this Bryan here, the killer says, see cleared list. This person says, I don't believe it is the ex at all, but the cleared list means nothing, especially for this case at this point in time. Then Bryan the killer says, so why have a cleared list? See how he just so matter of fact about stuff. This person says means nothing. So why have a list then? Then this person says, no one is cleared until the killer is arrested. Anyone who is not arrested can be suspected and interviewed again. Anyone. Then Bryan the killer says, that's not how it works. See, and he would know because what? He studied criminal law and criminology and forensic psychology, and he worked with all these people. So he knows all the details. He claims to know every single thing. So he's trying to speak like he knows it all. Then this person says, also, I think I've seen a picture of that screen with a rock weighted on it to keep it from blowing away. So I suspect the occupants did this, not the killer. The killer wouldn't care. Then he shows another exhibit here, guys. This is from the killer here, Bryan, allegedly. And he posted this picture with all the evidence again. And he says, exit, period. Look how confident he is. This is so disturbing to me, guys. Like, it's literally giving me the chills. I don't even want to keep going to all these comments because I'm like, dang, y'all get the point already how sick this guy is. Oh, God, it's so disgusting. This person says, if it's the screen you're highlighting, I believe it's from the unoccupied second floor bedroom window and not the kitchen. From recent photos of the scene, I believe it's still there on the porch, so assume no evidentiary value. The killer, allegedly Bryan, says, does that look like bedroom to you? And then he says, yes, the window next to it. Says, perhaps the entry and how they feel confident in the rear slider. And then he showing all these photos. Like, he knew all these details. And they said, have you solved this case? And then Bryan, the killer, says, no suspect at this time. 26 days ago. Then this person says, past comments regarding most updated police focus made on November 21. Do they know something or are they just a troll? Then he says, prove it. That's what the killer says. The killer also says, okay, I'm done with you. Wow. I wonder what that comment he said. And then they said, you don't know that for sure. And then look what the killer says. He says, yeah, I do. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so disturbing. Yeah, I do. Look, he says, yeah, I do. How do you know that for sure? Because you were there, huh, Bryan? Wow. This person says, no point in believing you without proof. Look what he does. Look what Bryan does. He does this sarcastic laugh. It's like a sinister laugh because he's like, ha ha, little do you know, I'm the one that did it. Ha ha. Bryan the killer says, too many witnesses if something went down at Sigma Chi. This person says, funny because I also have screenshots of you suggesting the opposite. Did you change your mind? Then he says, wrong. She said, that's not an answer to my question. Why did you originally insist something happened there? Then Bryan the killer says, I never insisted something happened there. I was stating on the timeline. Zana and Ethan were at Sigma Chi. That's it. I never said something went down there. Then look what she says. So what happened then? See, these people are catching on. They know he did it, y'all. They know he did it. Then he says, the killer says, nothing happened at Sigma Chi. See how he knows everything, guys? It's so matter of fact. This is disturbing. Then he says, yeah, what about that? So because somebody was posting something. Let me see what it is. Okay, so this person posted this. It says, got it. You replied to the post itself, whether than OP's comment and the time gap. I didn't even see the other comment until now. They said, do we know it came from Sigma Chi? I wasn't aware of that. Then she basically was giving a screenshot of what Bryan the killer said before. And he said, I'm saying Zana and Ethan were at a Sigma Chi up the whole night and returned to approximately 1:45 a.m. She said, we're not supposed to tell people all of that story. Ha ha ha. Right. So she was trying to show proof. This person here was trying to show proof that he had said something different before. And then the killer says, yeah, what about that? These people did not really, they were already on to him as a killer, but I don't know why they didn't give this to the authorities. If the authorities would have known this, they would have been on to him. Or did they, guys? Did they? They say how to speculate correctly. He said Bryan the Killer says it's Reddit, a bunch of anonymous people on the internet. Everything is speculation. Oh, whatever. You be careful, guys, online. You never know if you're talking to a killer. Never know. Is it odd that the girls only called the ex-boyfriend but didn't send any texts? The ex-boyfriend was not involved. Then this Bryan the Killer says, agreed, ex-boyfriend not involved. Yeah, he knows because he was the one who did it. Duh. Then this person says, no, I promise you that you are incorrect. Bryan the Killer says, I promise you that you are incorrect. Then this person says, you are incorrect. Then Bryan the Killer says, I am correct. Wow. And he knows that he's correct. You know why? Because he knows that he's the one that killed the Idaho 4. So he knows he has all the information that everybody in this group does not have. Crazy, huh? Just crazy. These people are talking about the fixed blade here. This person says, not all fixed blades have a guard. I also have a Kohberger USMC standard issue, and the blade is about 7 inches or more. You could literally stab right through someone who is the size of the girls. Look what the Bryan the Killer says. This is true. Oh my God. Then this person starts catching on. They said, are you him? And then he says, am I who? Oh my gosh. Guys, these comments are taking me completely out. I can't. Right, like Flower Power says, he loves the attention. What a narcissist. Can you believe this? All these people in here have been figured out that he is it. Look at him. He said for sure this is true. So he's telling us, guys, that the blade that he used literally stabbed right through the girls. And he says this is true. My gosh, guys, this is disturbing. Like Tarva says, I think the FBI was setting him up in this chat. Let him talk himself into that corner. Right, because I'm like, these people have already suspected it was him. Look, they're saying, are you him? And he says, am I who? They had to have sent these posts to the authorities. It was like, this dude in our Reddit group is creepy as heck. I think it's him. Something's wrong with this guy. We need to figure this sicko out. This is, I don't know about y'all, but this is giving me the creeps every time I read it. But anyways, this person says, we don't actually know enough to make a clear assertion one way or another on this. But again, that's just my humble opinion. Look at Bryan the Killer, who says, they clearly stated it. You trying to make it look like the authorities stated it, but you know already because you was there. Lies and lies. Then he says he has ladders. He could have got onto the 3rd floor from outside. How does he know all these details, guys? How does he know all of this? He's literally telling us everything. He knew that house inside and out because he's been stalking those poor Idaho 4 people for weeks. So sad. So sad. This person here said 26 days ago. This is 26 days ago how long and how devoted Bryan was in this Reddit group. Just disgusting, right? This person says, I didn't say a knife jam. Did you actually read what I wrote? These people were getting into conflict with Bryan. They could not stand him in this group. They said, under stress, a person might not have the most ideal grip on the knife due to bloody hands or stress or any number of factors. Thus, they could injure themselves. And a sleeping people can wake. I would imagine that they didn't sleep through being stabbed repeatedly. Let me guess. Your next reply is going to be, they were drunk. See, they don't like this guy. Look what Bryan the Killer says. Watch how fast someone can get shanked in prison. I'm sure there are videos out there. Oh my God, look how cold and decrepit he talks about this murder, guys. So cold and decrepit. Then this guy says, I have. Most shanks don't have a cutting edge. And if they do, they're sharp like a purpose-built knife. Then the killer says, because design prevents it. Look how precise he is in all his statements. He knows exactly. He knew the design of the knife he used. He probably researched the knife he was going to get. This knife, he probably bought the knife because he wanted to use a particular knife. He knew he was going to kill these people because he had been stalking them for so long, waiting for the right opportunity to pounce on these poor victims, you guys. This is so horrendous. My gosh. Then this person says, really prove that they didn't. I can't play that game too. Then he says, it's designed for it. This person says, I know. I haven't used one. If you're referring to a K-bar, design doesn't mean infallible. I have guns that are designed not to jam, but if I hold it correctly under stress, guess what it does? Look what Bryan the killer says. A knife doesn't jam and the victims were asleep. Oh my God, this gives me the chills, guys. It's like he's literally in there telling people what he did personally. It's so disturbing. Have you ever come across a criminal case like this where the killer is literally telling you detail by detail of what he did in a group? I haven't seen that. Bryan the killer says no injuries. So he's telling us, guys, that he didn't have any injuries. He didn't sustain any injuries during this attack. And since he doesn't have anything to lose because he thinks that he is not being, he's not disclosed, that nobody knows it's him, he can freely express what he wants because, after all, no one knows who he is, right, at this time. So I'm more inclined to believe that he's telling the truth, that he doesn't have injuries, which to me makes me think this guy really carefully thought this whole crime out, and given all his criminology and his PhD and studies and all his masters and all the studies he's done, he used all those different questionnaires that he got on Reddit and all that. He used that to mastermind this crime. Because he said multiple times he doesn't have injuries. This person says, you have an insider on this case? Look at this. They're catching on to him. They said, you have an insider on this case? Because they're like, you know way too much information, Mr. Inside Looking. Then he says, prove to me that they did get an injury. Then this person says, you don't know that. You aren't law enforcement, and it's not stated on Moscow PD, which is your source. You should indicate your posting is speculating. Then he says, it's not standard practice by law enforcement. Must be important. Then the killer again says, more here than you think. Wow. This is so disturbing, guys. Oh my gosh. These comments are sick. I feel so sad for, oh my God, I feel sad for the Idaho 4 that they came across this very creepy, psychotic man. He's literally getting a thrill out of this, guys. He's getting a kick out of all these comments and people trying to figure him out. And he has all the inside information, so he loves it. They said, so are you and outside looking the same person? I asked outside and he said no. Then inside looking says, no connection. Oh my God. So Bryan the killer says no connection. Then they say, we clearly know there is. You end many of your comments in the same fashion. It's fine. We get it. Then inside looking, the killer says, no connection. So there's an outside looking and then there's an inside looking person in the group. Two different people. He probably is both of them, but I'm not going to take time to look at the outside looking guy. I'm going to look at this one because I don't got time to look at the other one. This person says, so how do you know what time they got to the Sigma Chi if it doesn't say? The killer says, I can only go off details provided by investigators. Don't lie. Don't lie. There he go lying. Bryan, you going off your own knowledge of it because you was there. Allegedly. Allegedly. Lie, lie, lie. And this person says, so you were wrong when you said that Zana and Ethan were said to be at Sigma Chi from midnight to 1:45 because law enforcement never said what time they arrived. They're to be seen there. Oh, oh, he said law enforcement never said what time they arrived there, to be seen there. Exactly. So how do you know, Bryan, what time they arrived? Because you were sitting out there stalking Zana and Ethan, weren't you? Bryan the killer says, until there is evidence to say elsewhere, they were at Sigma Chi. Yeah, you know, because you've been stalking them for weeks, Bryan. That's how you knew. You was sitting there watching them when they went to the Sigma Chi. You sick psycho. This person says, I find it really hard to believe they don't know where Ethan and Zana actually were from midnight phone call to 1:45. The fact that hasn't been released is the only thing that makes me feel there is more credibility to one of them being a target than Maddie and Kaylee. I think they know, and it's crucial, so not released. Then they said, what's the source for that? The killer says, City of Moscow PD King Road homicides website does not mention Ethan and Zana leaving Sigma Chi. It says they went there and returned home, King Road, at approximately 1:45. They said, this person said, it doesn't explicitly state they were there. They were at Sigma Chi the whole time. The timeline for Madden and Kylie are detailed and complete. The timeline for Ethan and Zana were very vague. I think it's intentional. Then here comes Mr. Know-it-all, Bryan, because he knows everything. He's been studying every single report, guys. He's been studying every single news interview, everything. He knows everything about this case. He probably even went back to the crime scene, was sitting out in the bushes, taking those pictures that he was showing in the group. I'm just saying. Look, he gives us a little screenshot here of what report he says. Investigators have determined that Ethan and Zana were seen at the Sigma Chi House University at approximately 1:45. Zana and Ethan are believed to have returned to the residence 1122 King Road. It was previously reported that Ethan resided at the home. However, it has been determined that he was only visiting. And this person, I'm familiar with it. I read the updates. It doesn't say that they went straight home from Sigma Chi. It doesn't even say with certainty what time they got home. It also doesn't say what time they arrived at Sigma Chi. They could have gotten there at 1:30 and left 1:40 to arrive at 1:45, but I think it's intentionally left vague. But one thing, this absolutely doesn't state that Ethan and Zana were at Sigma Chi from midnight to 1:45. Then the killer says it doesn't say they were anywhere else. Wow. It's the confidence for me because he knows what happened. He was stalking these people. He probably went to that Sigma Chi, sitting there watching them at the party. He was so weird. They said, you think they actually still there at the house the whole time, so not actually home to watch movies somewhere else at a frat house? This person said, the killer says yes. And they say, how do you know for sure? The killer says they repeatedly tell the public that. Yeah, the law enforcement is totally known for telling the truth all the time, though. He's saying that in a sarcastic way. Then Bryan allegedly says, so they tell the public someone is innocent knowing they just killed 4 people and let the person roam away in society? That makes 0 sense. Bryan, okay, this person says, yep, OP stretching could have easily just stated a fact. Dude is coming to Idaho tomorrow. Instead, he says, dude is coming to Idaho tomorrow. That means this is the problem with this sub. We want meat. Stop putting fat on everything. Then Bryan, the killer, says, law enforcement has no suspect at this time. And then he says again, yep, no suspect at this time. Yeah, he knows for sure, guys, because he's been keeping track of this were because he wanted to see if they were on to him. You better know he was trying to figure out if they had a suspect. He probably is calling up. He probably was one of some of the people that were calling up, giving the tips and stuff, asking the authorities if they had a suspect. Bryan the killer says, where was all these people when I was getting devoted and downvoted and hate for saying this? Bryan the killer says, been saying this from the start. New update from local media. Zana and Ethan were likely at frat house the whole time. Then he's trying to say, oh, I said that the whole time. No suspect at this time for real. That's what the killer said here. Again, he has so much knowledge here. He says that the other people that were being suspected, because this person was saying that people is never fully cleared until the investigation is complete. Then the killer says cleared. So he basically saying he knows all the details. All the details. Cleared is cleared, he says, the killer says. They have nothing to do with it. This person says, person is never cleared until the investigation is over and an arrest is made. Exactly. Then the killer says they have nothing to do with it. How do you know, Bryan? You're so confident. So confident. Nobody on that list is involved. Look, this person says nobody's clear from the investigation. Then Bryan the killer says nobody on that list is involved. See, he knows for sure. He knows who did it because he did it. Sicko. This is so disturbing, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. You should take a stroll through these responses. Cleared is cleared. Final answer. That's what the killer says. Then he says, I'll never understand the defiantly stupid world. It's like y'all basic in it. Then the killer says, watch this case play out. The killer won't be anyone that was cleared by law enforcement. See, look how look at, guys, this was a month ago. Look at, he knows for a fact it's nobody on that list that was cleared because he did it. Look, watch this case play out. The killer won't be anyone that was cleared by law enforcement. This man is disturbing, man. Look, they said that may well be true, but your assertion that cleared is cleared. Then the killer says cleared is not cleared, is even more wacky to believe in. So, and then this person says, so what's your theory? And then he gives us a link, which I'm not going to go to that link. It said, is it the sixth roommate? Then the killer says, no, they were cleared today by law enforcement. Look how he knows every single detail about the case, guys. He knows the case better than anybody in this group. Everybody. Anybody in this group, he knows more than everybody else because he's the killer. He's the killer, guys. This is the killer that is posting this. If y'all haven't been on this live, y'all need to watch the whole live and you will see the pattern here that the killer is literally the inside looking user account. Then he says, number of evidence doesn't matter. It's quality of evidence. See this? That sounds like Bryan, doesn't it? Because Bryan has been studying all the forensic and the evidence for years in school. He's been studying it throughout college. He's been studying it throughout his master's, and now he's a PhD and he's a teaching assistant at the school. He knows no matter how much evidence you have, it's the quality of evidence. So he thinks he's going to be exonerated. Remember, he told his attorney that he is confident that he is going to be exonerated of this case because he says it doesn't matter what evidence the authorities have. If you don't have enough good, clean evidence, you cannot convict me. Bryan thinks he's going to get away with this. Yep. He thinks he's going to get away. This is evidence here of his mindset right now, how confident he is. This is here, they're just talking about, Zana and Ethan being at the Sigma Chi. And then the grub truck, they were talking about the hoodie guy. They were thinking the hoodie guy was involved. Look how the killer says he was not involved. Notice how he's the only person in the whole country that seemed to think except for the law enforcement, mind you. The whole country seemed to still, think in their mind that possibly it could be one of the Jacks or the hoodie guy. That's kind of what we were all stuck on. But he's the only person, mind you, the killer allegedly, who knows for a fact hoodie guy was not involved. Without a shadow of a doubt, he knows this. Look, he says he is not involved. He doesn't even say, I think he wasn't, I suspect he wasn't, no, he just knows. He knows it because he's the one. Bryan Kohberger is the one who did it. Allegedly. Alleged. Okay. At what point should we worry? Inside Looking says the long haul has started. So he really thought he was going to get away with this. He thought that Kate was going to go cold. Then this person says, what did you guys take from the dad's comments about the steps? And then he says, isn't it obvious? That's what the killer said. They said, hoodie guy and the driver. The killer says, they are not involved in the murders. Repeat, they are not involved in the murders. See, Bryan knew because he was the one that committed the crime. Yes. He says some interesting reports from the recent Moscow police log. And then he says not connected. Guys, these comments are so disturbing. I don't know what to tell you. They are absolutely disturbing. So disturbing. Again, they're suspecting the hoodie guy. They said they think he was cleared too soon. Bryan, the killer, says he has nothing to do with it. Look at this, guys. This right here is telling. So a month ago, this was December 2nd when he posted this. Some person here, they deleted their account, but they said they thought it was 2 killers and 1 knife. That's what they thought. They put that in the group, right? Then the person here says, Inside Looking says, 1 killer, 1 knife. See how matter of fact he is? 100% he knows. 2 cents. We already know that. That's obvious that he's innocent until proven guilty. My gosh, why are you stating the obvious? Everybody knows that. That's why you can clearly read the red banner there, honey. You probably didn't read. It says everything is alleged. Alleged, okay? That's common sense. Everybody and their mother knows that he's innocent until proven guilty. Come on, people. Why are you stating the obvious, girl? You wasting time typing something everybody already know. Type something we don't know. Okay? Back to the commentary. Like, look, I like what Chantel says. She said he knows everything. He has concrete answers for everything mentioned. Doesn't he, Chantel? Exactly, Chantel. Exactly. You know what? No 2 cents. You get on my nerves. I'm going to just go ahead and block you because I don't got time. Bye. Bye. We're not going to sit here and have arguments in here. Oh my God. Look at what Amazing Tribe says. Amazing Tribe says, Queen Esquire, this alleged murder, Bryan Kohberger, is sloppy trash, psychopath, sociopath, social media idiot that need to be captured and mud hole stomped and walk dry. We all know cops took him to Dairy Queen. Right. Right. I mean, people don't be reading stuff, right? Kyla said, Queen would know that out of all of us. But exactly. I'm an attorney. Everybody knows. It is very common sense. Bryan Kohberger is innocent until proven guilty. You can clearly see that I have in my red banner here that I said everything is allegedly, that is alleged that this is possibly his account. It is linked to his email address. The authorities probably already have all this stuff already. They've been watching this guy. We're just going over it because now we know who the person is, okay? And I'm pretty sure the people in this Reddit group already reported this guy because he was so suspicious. Everybody was onto him that he knew way too much. And just like what Chantel, where's our beautiful Chantel at? Chantel She was right on it when she said he knows everything. He has a concrete answer for everything mentioned. Girl, exactly, doesn't he? We've been on this live for 4 hours now, going through all his stuff. And this man knows every single answer to every question. It's like, how do you know this out of everybody else? Nobody knows this information, but you have all this inside information. There's only one or two things about this guy. Either he's the killer or he's in law enforcement. One or the other. One or the other, y'all. Okay. Okay, I love what Chantel. I'm gonna leave her post up there because I love what she had to say. Okay, guys. So isn't this crazy how this person says 2 killers, 1 knife, right? They thought it was that. Look what the killer says. Allegedly, he says 1 killer, 1 knife. How do you know that? Again, how do you know that unless you were there? He just knows so matter of fact of that there was 1 killer. But notice, guys, when he was arrested, though, when Mr. Bryan Kohberger got arrested, why did Mr. Bryan Kohberger try to have the nerve, y'all, to tell the authorities, ask the authorities, did you arrest somebody else? All of a sudden, Bryan Kohberger don't know how many killers were there. You knew all up in this Reddit, though. You knew for sure it was 1 killer, 1 knife. But when you get arrested now, you trying to ask the authorities if they have another killer? Come on now. Come on now, Bryan. Don't stop. Don't try that. Don't try that. I cannot wait, guys, until this trial happens. I hope this is going to be a crime of the century where all of you guys need to tune in and watch this trial because it's going to be a trial to look at. They're going to be posting these Reddit comments and everything on. They're going to be having all this stuff on there. Killer says, back a month ago, says roommates cleared, not involved in homicides. See, look how he just know everything. Everything he know. Everybody else in the group slacking, but he know all the details. They said those people are not cleared. They are listed under people not suspected at this time. That language is very different than cleared and a really important distinction to make because it's very open-ended. That's what somebody in the group said, right? Mr. Killer, Bryan, allegedly says they are cleared. They are cleared. How do you know? Like, I mean, you're not even hiding it. And see, like I said, I kind of read the comments backwards. I started with the most recent and now I'm going to the ones back a month ago. But if you notice, if you guys got to go back to the beginning of the live, sorry, y'all. But if you notice, he started changing his behavior. He started using speculation, in my opinion, because people were really catching on to him. There was multiple people in there accusing him of being the murderer. They were like, you did it. You over here, you know way too much details. How do you know all this stuff? It's nowhere in the reports. You're not a law enforcement, so how do you know this? Nobody else has this information. And all of a sudden, then he started changing his little language around, trying to say, in my opinion, and speculation. Now, but see, notice in the earlier days, guys, he wasn't even doing that. He was not even doing that in the earlier days. In the earlier days, he's just over here just speaking matter of fact, saying law enforcement not lying to the public. They are cleared. People said people have cleared in the past murders and then changed later. And he saw law enforcement not lying to the public. How does he know the law enforcement's not lying unless he either is a law enforcement or he is the killer? That's the only 2 options. How does he know this, guys? He knows way too much. Way too much. If I was in this group, I would be absolutely disturbed. I'd be like, guys, we are dealing with the killer right now. This guy did it. So this person wrote a whole long dissertation, guys. I don't feel like reading this person's whole thesis paper right here. Y'all can read it. Says, all right, let me dumb this down for everyone. This is another person. So we all can read in between the lines. We really need to stop being so literal, but with our interpretation of what is said and not said and try to connect the dots. Blah, 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 blah. The killer says, no suspect at this time. JD cleared. They're talking about Jack. He's talking about Jack DeCur. See how confident he is? This person here says, I think it was the ex. I think they will make the rest soon. Then the killer says, Bryan allegedly says, JD was cleared. No suspect at this time. How do you know this, Bryan? You know way too much. You know way more than everybody else. Okay? Then this person says, happened to come across an early video of one of the investigators and spokespersons saying that evidence at the site made it clear that someone in the house was targeted. I wonder what that evidence was. Was it some kind of notice, like a name written in blood, a person's photo slashed? There's just a couple examples. I don't want to read all this, but I guess my point is, what I wonder is if there was some sort of evidence like that the perpetrator deliberately left. Now, let's hear what the killer said, okay? Bryan, the killer, allegedly says, a crime scene is one big message of its own. Wow. That's an interesting comment he said here. Wow, this man is sick, y'all. So he's saying the crime scene itself has all the evidence you need. I think the key detail we heard here, guys, is he claimed he doesn't have any injuries. That's pretty, oh my God, I don't know how the officers are going to figure this out if he doesn't have any injuries. How did he do? He must have really, man, guys, he must have really used all those studies, those years of studies to really, really precisely carry out this crime and got the right type of knife he could use in it. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so scary. And he even tells you one killer, one knife. So he only came there with one knife. Look at this. This is, again, the killer talking about right here a month ago says, perp pulled right up to the house. How does he know all this? Like, he doesn't say, I think, or I'm guessing. Let me take this off. I think, or I'm guessing, or I suspect that the perp pulled up to the house, y'all. No, he literally gives you a photo here. So what did he do? Did he drive by the crime scene and take this picture himself? Did Bryan do that? Because he gives him this photograph a month ago. Then he says perp pulled right up to the house. He even tells you guys that where he parked down and everything. This is disgusting, guys. This is so sick. Oh, gosh. I can't. I am so disgusted by this man. I cannot wait until he goes to trial, man. I hope this don't be a whole 2 years before it goes to trial, because I want this one to go to trial. It's probably not going to go to trial till next year, if we get lucky. If we get lucky, because I think he's going to try to drag this out. He could drag it out for years, if all we know. This person says, they are pissing me off. They could have tried harder to reassure us, tell us that the incidents do not appear to be related at this time. Because there's a 3 a.m. 911 call on November 13th, not related to the homicide. And so people are getting mad about that. They're saying, quit just smacking us on the hand every time we ask them to look into a possible option. Then the killer says, Bryan, the killer says, it's not related. End of story. The nerve of him. Guys, this man is crazy. He is so crazy. Look at what he says. It's not related. End of story. Man, Bryan, you seem to be the one to know every single detail about everything. The details of everything, God. Guys, this is crazy. Alicia says that was his problem. He wasn't getting only rejection. Exactly, Alicia. That's what I think it was. Based on the information we're hearing about the man, he sounded like he wasn't getting any. And this is what made him go crazy, y'all. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Crazy. Then this person says maybe the cop was the killer. Inside the Bryan says, LOL, no. LOL, no. See, he knows way too much. This is so creepy. And the fact that he just really has psychotic issues, literally, he doesn't realize that he's literally giving himself away in all these posts. Like, it just, oh God, oh, people are really sick out here in this world. This person says, where is Jack Decker? Did I miss him speak? I saw everyone else but him. I toggled the video back and still missed him. Look at what Bryan has to say. He was cleared by law enforcement. Look no further. And one thing I can say, at least he wasn't trying to set up Bryan. I mean, at least he wasn't trying to set up Jack Decker, because he could have just easily went with what everybody was saying about Jack Decker. But he tends to really say, you know, that clear that Jack Decker didn't do it. Wow. Then this person says, why is Jack S. hoodie guy cleared so quickly by police? Then here Mr. Bryan comes with Mr. Know-It-All. He was cleared. That's all we know. But you are so confident about it. Like everybody else, even though we know that he was clear, we still had our doubts. A lot of us were like, I don't know. We think that maybe he is. But he's the only one, guys, that seems to be so confident that Jack didn't do it, that both Jacks didn't do it. And you know why? Because Bryan was at the crime scene, allegedly. Allegedly, Bryan was the one that did it. That's why he knows so well. He knows so much details that we don't know, guys. It says, anyone following this thread? Some posted coordinates nearby. Photos of the bedroom before the murders and then trail cams. Apparently the killer is using anagrams. And then here comes Mr. Bryan talking about fake. How do you know? This is the photo they're referring to. And he says fake. They said, can the police use companies like 23andMe and Ancestry to match DNA? Look at Bryan. He knows already. He knows already. Yep. See, he knows how they're going to figure him out because he studied it all these years. He knows they're going to figure out his DNA and all that. This man literally is enjoying this. It's like he literally unalived these people so he can sit there and be the suspect and just study how the cops figure him out or not. And now he's going to enjoy going along the ride to try to beat the case, guys. He's going to use all of those studies that he got to see if he can get away with it. This is crazy. Then he even knows it could take 4 to 6 weeks. Look how he knows all the details. He knows all this because he's been studying this. They said, curious what everyone thinks the outcome of this case will be. Then he says, no suspects at this time. That's what Bryan says. Yeah, I bet you know for sure because you have been following this case. No suspect. Can you give me the proof of that inside information? Then he puts this here. Are there any suspects? What was not believed to be involved? 2 surviving roommates, all this stuff. He said they have a list and have said it during press conferences. No one should be accusing anyone right now. However, the people who have been cleared are now known as cleared at this time. Then Mr. Bryan here, the killer says, the people on the clear list don't have anything to do with the murders. Just stop. Wow. How did he know so much, guys? He knows so much. He knows a lot more than all of us, right? Shoot, Lakeisha, girl, this is his first time doing it, but who knows now? Shoot, who knows, Lakeisha, girl? She said, could there be more victims? Where all has he lived? He lived in Pennsylvania, Washington. I'm thinking this is his first time doing it, just based on his behavior. Because he was all excited. He said there was an adrenaline rush after he did. He said it in this post that he had an adrenaline rush. He was very excited, he said, after it was over. So I'm thinking he had never done it before. He had experienced, he got a taste of it, and he liked it. That's disgusting. He didn't even feel any empathy for what he did. And here this person was saying, you know, they just didn't believe that the authorities were telling the public everything. They said they aren't going to say, yeah, we have someone, but it's a secret. And then here Mr. Bryan comes back, a little sick guy, says, they're not lying to the public. Wow. Wow. Oh, I'm done. They do not have POI suspect at this time. They said all this stuff. I want to find, there's this part that I'm trying to find. Agreed. Okay, look right here. They said, I think it's fine. If you want to reference non-confirmed and unofficial sources, just don't start crying about how the media misled you. You misled yourself. I mean, this generally isn't indirected in particular. And then Mr. Bryan, the killer, says 100% agreed. Thank you for sharing official information only. Oh, hush. He wants to know official information only because he's trying to figure out what the authorities know. He says, this person says, I got to say, that sounds crazy to me. They're seemingly nowhere near arresting anyone. Then Mr. Bryan here says, yes, what more do they need? They took 4,000 photos of the scene so they can return to it in augmented reality. Wow. He's thinking he's smarter and outsmarted the officials, guys. He thinks he even knows how many photos they took. They took over 4,000 photos. This man thinks he's smarter than the police, guys. He does. He thinks he's going to get away with it. Yeah, he thinks he's going to be able to outsmart the officials. This person, can the police order him to stop giving interviews? And they said, or they just allow him to keep talking, going to start getting suspicious if he does anymore. Somebody said, no, it's not. And then Bryan, the killer, says, the alleged killer says, no, it's not illegal to be a weirdo. Wow. This person says, no, he didn't. Then Bryan says he did. Someone in the group has a podcast. They brought him up. Okay, I want to see. There's this part. There's so much more, guys. It's just more of him just saying not connected. Who didn't do it? Yes, they're cleared. He keeps just going into saying how all these people are cleared. We'll be here all day, guys. I want to find, there is this part where people, they already accused them though. Some killers are satisfied by the number they hit. This is where it is, guys. Oh my gosh. Look at what he says here a month ago. Look what he says here, guys. He says, Bryan, the killer says, the alleged killer says, sometimes killers are satisfied by the number they hit. Maybe the killer was satisfied with 4, merely suggesting why roommates survived. Oh my gosh, can you believe that, what he said? Oh my God. Wow. Did you guys see that? He said killers are satisfied with the numbers he knows. So, like, matter of fact, he says sometimes killers are satisfied by the number they hit. Maybe the killer was satisfied with 4, merely suggesting why the roommate survived. How do you know this, you sicko? Then the Bryan the killer says, out of curiosity, how many interviews has he done up to now? Then this person says 4 or 5 in addition, coming on Reddit and posting a novel. Then Bryan the killer says, thanks, very interesting. Oh my gosh, this man is disgusting. And he says here, the public is misleading themselves. See how he knows so much? He's saying the public is misleading themselves. And then he goes, hence why I use official sources only. A lot of unverified claims spreading that contradict what law enforcement told us. See how he's so obsessed with this case, y'all, more than any of us? It could be that the killer was satisfied with the numbers. That one was sick. Oh my God. And he's trying to control the narrative. Use official sources only. Who are you? You act like you own the whole group or something. This man is like, he sounds like he has a very disturbing personality. Oh my gosh. He said an interviewer, this is what the killer said. An interviewer asked Snail if the dog was still a part of the investigation, and Snail looked flabbergasted. That was even a question. See, so he basically has already told us that the dog was not related to the case at all. And he's trying to tell everybody Use official uses sources only. That's the doors were locked. That's hearsay. Look, he says it was never verified because people are saying that the doors were locked. Look at what the killer says. Alleged killer says. It was never verified by official sources that the doors were locked. That's hearsay. He's basically telling us through this statement that the doors were not locked. The sliding doors were not locked. So he was able to just get in without any forced entry into that residence. Man, that is so crazy, guys. And he stalked these people for weeks, allegedly, so he knew how they operated at their home. What a sick psychopath. He literally chose these people to unalive them. Wow. He said X who Kylie made phone calls to been cleared. Okay, so he's saying all the same stuff is that the other people were cleared, used verified sources. Is this psychopath guy? We can go on and on. We'll be here all day. They said killer took it with him. End of story. Look, it said, I wonder if the knife could still be inside the home. The alleged killer says, Mr. Bryan Kohberger says the killer took it with him. End of story. Whoa. Literally telling us that he took the weapon with him. Like he knows for a fact. That's what makes it weird is because he's not guessing like all of everybody else in the group. He just seems to know every single answer. That's what makes it weird, right? Then the killer says here, the alleged killer, Bryan says, the killer is out there right now. Anyone making statements is going to want to remain anonymous. So that's all the posts here, guys. We literally spent 4 or 5 hours going through all of them. Crazy. This was all the comments. We went through all of them, guys. I want to see if anybody made any comments about him, though. Because the last time he posted on here was 3 days ago. He was arrested on Friday. So let's see. And this person never posted after the arrest. Never ever posted again. Ever since he was arrested, Friday, December 30th, he has never posted here again. The last time he posted was 3 days ago. So that would be the Thursday is when he posted last and never posted again, guys. That is a clear indicator too who we're dealing with, Mr. Bryan Kohberger's account. Like I said, if you want to look at the account, look it up yourself, you can, and you will find that his email address is linked to this. Also, you can even look at his behavior that now he no longer has never posted ever since he was arrested. He has stopped posting on here. The last post was the day before on Thursday when he was arrested. The last post was 3 days ago, which was Thursday, the day before he was arrested. So that is a huge, huge clue. Okay, so let's take a look at some stuff people were saying about him, y'all. Those were pretty disturbing, y'all. Pretty disturbing on his Reddit. I am just saying. They said Bryan activity. It has been speculated that his account is Rocket Surgeon 2022. Some people say it's based off of his email address. So look, Bryan's Reddit's activity. It has been speculated that his private account is Rocket Surgeon 22 based off his email address. Although the account has been taken down, his comments are still searchable. So he has literally took down that account now. And then they took it down, but we can still find his comments, thank God, because, of course, the authorities were going to look into his sick, psychopathic self. These people say, I'm more suspicious of inside looking. That was the account that he had that we were talking about. Wait, is that on the screen? Oh, there it is. It is. They said he seems pissed when someone else is getting credited for the murders in those speculative posts. Exactly, he does, guys. They said that is his account. Read those comments, crazy. And they said that is creepy. Yep, so a lot of people start going on there. They started catching on to him. And he is no longer, he has not posted ever since he's been arrested. He has never posted on that account ever since. And that account was since taken down. But luckily, guys, we got lucky. We could still look for those comments because it just seemed like the authorities moved in and started deleting pertinent accounts that he had. I guess not deleting, but pulling the accounts because they don't want us to know. They said the account has had people, they said that account had people reporting it to the FBI. It's so spot on. Did you see that? People were saying it was so spot on that they were reporting his account to the FBI. They said they maintain that they were different people, but it seems just as likely to be a troll. One was created a few weeks ago before the murders and one a couple of weeks after. It's outside looking between. So yeah, there was another account, guys, that was a troll. It was called outside looking. So there was one that was inside looking, and then there was a separate account called outside looking that was trying to be a copycat, trying to be a troll. He said they're still active while the other is dormant. Right. Given his other Reddit accounts were suspended, it also seems strange this one wouldn't be if it was in fact his. Still more suspicious than the account Op mentioned, but you're right. It could likely just be a big charade. You think they could be a bit more creative with their names? Yeah, outside looking, they're trying to copy the other person. Yep, exactly. The first account got banned temporarily for Moscow murder, so he created another account 39 days ago, inside looking. Now he's been trolling and acting like he is not the same person, and so many are believing him. Why? Because they would want to believe inside looking is, but not clearly it is not, even if you look at both histories. But the interesting thing about it, guys, is he does have the same email as the one that Mr. Bryan Kohberger has, the inside looking one. And the other weird part about this is that he stopped reporting ever since he's been arrested. He kept reporting all the way up to Thursday. And ever since he was arrested, he's never posted anymore. No more posting anymore. So that's very interesting too, because if it wasn't his, why does he no longer report anymore? And most people think it is his. I think it's his. It matches his email account. So that's my opinion. You guys can make your own opinion, and you're welcome to look this up too to see what you think about it and what your thoughts are about him. If you think it's possibly well, this account looks like it's still up. It says report user. Yeah, they need a report. So he'll still have his account, guys. I thought it was taken down. They said this one wasn't taken down. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, we shall wait and see. She shall wait and see, but it has his email address, y'all. So we are going to keep looking into this. And that we spent 5 hours on that account, and the person knew all the inside details of the murder and the particular people targeted. And we went over the fact that Zana and poor Madison, they worked at that Mad Greek. And this person inside looking in, or whatever his name was, he seemed to know that those were the two targeted individuals. Very disturbing, y'all. Very disturbing. So all of this, y'all. Yeah, girl, we've been on here for 4 hours, girl. Oh my gosh, but y'all look at all this information. Let me know what you think. Do you think it is the killer that was in that group? It's very disturbing and it sounds like it, but hey, y'all let me know. Very, very disturbing information. Literally gave me the chills. This is going to be an interesting trial. All right, guys, have a good night, good day. Take care.